It opens on a brutal battlefield, stained with a blackness like an indelible blot. A voice sounded, calm to the point of chilling. Mercenaries who don't die are nothing but refuse. The words fell like a whisper, but the accompanying scene was ruthlessly indifferent. Soldiers walked slowly through seas of corpses, faces blank. They bent down and drove cold blades into motionless bodies, merely to make sure no breath remained. Rip, rip, rip. The sound of flesh tearing rang out steadily, dry as the battlefield's last heartbeat. A knight raised a greatsword high. That's why they demanded such high pay. The heavy sword came down. The steel plunged through a chest. Blood spurted warm for a moment, then went cold, because they were willing to die for the one who hired them. Even though every day I had to hear that cheap philosophy from a client's mouth, a soft sigh escaped, exhausted to the core. What else could one do? But that question died as soon as it appeared. Such is the mercenary life. Jake stood alone on the rampart, separated from the pile of corpses below, yet no different from them. The wind blew his cloak cold as a curse. He looked toward the hazy horizon and murmured with contempt. Nobles are so predictably nauseating. He let out a laugh. No joy in it. When they need us, they promise land, honor, make grand speeches as if bestowing titles. The distorted smile hardened into bitterness. But when the time comes, each of them will turn their face, build mountains of lies to wash their hands clean. The wind still blew. The corpses still lay there. Jake knew well that on this battlefield, only those who die early truly escape. Jake stood tall on the wall, eyes fixed straight ahead. But what you just said goes beyond all that. Surely I misheard you. In the gusting wind across the battlements, two men faced each other in an atmosphere taut as a drawn string. Jake and the commander stood at opposite ends of an invisible front line. Is that right, Commander? The man in silver armor remained motionless. His bearing was imposing, his gaze cold as it fixed on Jake. Without hesitation, the commander replied, "You did not miss here. I told you to go die." Jake tilted his head as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Commander, have you forgotten who I am?" The commander answered at once. "I have not forgotten you are the captain of the Wolfang Mercenary Legion." Jake laughed loudly. The sound echoed along the rampart. "Ha, knowing who I am and still saying that. I didn't know you were such a good joker." He continued, his tone edged with mockery. "I know that's not an order. Because if it were, you wouldn't ask a worthless mercenary like me to die honorably on the field, like your noble knights." The commander fell silent. The wind swept through cloaks, leaving a heavy space between them. Finally, he spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps I was rude. Forgive me if I gave you the wrong impression." Jake frowned. "The wrong impression?" Without beating around the bush, the commander said plainly, "I simply want to give you one last mission." He began to explain the situation. "As you know, with a string of defeats, our defeat is now certain." Behind Jake, the city burned in a sea of flames. Black smoke billowed into the night sky. In the end, the traitors' blades have been turned against the long-standing guardian family of this land. They now have a blade at the throat of the Crawford family. Jake gave a faint, bitter laugh. "It's just circumstances, after all." He spoke aloud, but his thoughts were different. "I understand, Commander. Looks like it's time for me to withdraw." Someone of unparalleled talent, and the Empire being pushed to this point, is obvious. At least he still thinks. What a pity. But at this stage, handing me a final task. Does he want me to find an exit? If so, fine, I'll finish it. The commander spoke. "The mission is simple. Tomorrow those traitors will launch a full assault. Hold them with me, even for just a moment." He paused. "Until the Lord has safely withdrawn." "No, if even that can't be done." The distant wall collapsed in smoke and flames. His voice dropped, a murderous intensity bursting forth. "Then until I die." The commander produced a glowing red gem. "I will settle the remaining pay with this once you withdraw. A gem this size is enough to cover your company's operating costs for 3 years." Before he finished speaking, Jake swept the gem aside. The commander was stunned. "What do you mean by this?" Jake replied coldly. "That's the question I should be asking." Jake's eyes flared red, anger erupting. "Because I always smile? You think I'm an idiot?" He ground out. "You're using us as meat shields? Even if we help, it will only buy a little time. You want to discard us just to buy time for your master to flee? Fine. Suppose some miracle lets us stall them. Then what?" Images of soldiers nailed to stakes flashed through his mind. "Do you think those bastards will let us go?" The commander looked directly at Jake. His gaze was complicated. You are mercenaries, not knights. The enemy knows that too. So after I die, the army will fall apart. Jake cut in. Exactly. That's how this trade works. He looked at him challengingly. But you understand that, right? With those demons, our mercenary company. Memories rushed back. Night forest. Corpses piled everywhere. Nothing left but implacable enemies to be killed at all costs. In the dark woods, a wounded knight leaned against a tree. A weak cough sounded. Coo, coo. The commander signaled with his hand. Another knight immediately ran over. He bent down to help his comrade to his feet, but in the next moment, he drew a dagger. It was not aid, but an ambush. The cold blade pierced armor and drove straight into the rushing man's neck. Blood sprayed, staining the knight red. The remaining knights froze in shock. The attacker slowly raised his head. Beneath the helmet, eyes glowed red and a cruel smile appeared. A knight shouted, "It's a trap. They are not allies. They're Jiang Nin mercenaries." The night forest instantly erupted in chaos. The commander screamed in panic. Those bastards dare to masquerade as fallen soldiers. A close-up of his face twisted in anger. Bastards with no honor. Jake stepped out of the shadows, his voice full of sarcasm. Honor. The sword swung. A clean, decisive stroke. The head of the man who had spoken those two words came off and rolled at his feet. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Jake looked around, his gaze cold and merciless. The memories faded. He returned to the present on the rampart. I've taken many commanders' heads. You should understand that. Jake leaned close to the commander. Right now, those bastards hate us more than they hate your master. Don't tell me you actually expect them to rely on him, using us to draw their attention. The commander responded with a cold look. You do better to focus on completing the mission. Otherwise, aside from killing you to seize command of the mercenary army, there is no other option. Jake was already on guard. He immediately leaped back, widening the distance. His voice grew heavy, tinged with disappointment. I truly thought you were different from the other nobles. But it turns out you're the scummiest of them all. The commander remained composed. I apologize. And that is sincere. Jake gritted his teeth. No need. This blunt truth is best. The head of a bastard like you. His hand tightened on the sword hilt, his eyes full of killing intent. Even if offered to those waiting demons, it would be no loss at all. The commander asked slowly, Are you thinking of handing my head over to the traitors and pleading for mercy? Jake answered bluntly, Yes. I'd very much like to turn you in and then run. Half of the commander's face sank into shadow, terrifyingly cold. But I'm sure you've arranged to prevent that. If so, then as commander I must fulfill my duty. A knight sat on a pile of wooden crates. Inside were the two heads of the two commanders. The rebels will be satisfied with the heads of two commanders, and in return will spare my men. The commander went silent. 2. Sacrifice his life to save his subordinates? He couldn't believe it. You intend to offer your own head? Jake looked at him, eyes mournful. They're the ones I drag along. I promised them that even starting from the bottom, one could reach their dreams. He stood beneath the smoke-filled night sky. They trusted me and followed me all the way here. So I must bear that responsibility too. Jake raised his sword and stood upright. Because I am their leader. The commander was stunned. Admiration that he could not hide appeared in his eyes. He let out a sad laugh. Uh-huh. Yes, that's right. That is what a real leader is. He covered his face, his voice choked. What a pity. If only it weren't the Crawfords. If only my lord were you. The final battle began. Jake charged, pouring all his strength, hatred, and responsibility into the blow. The commander stood still. His gaze was heavy with sorrow. The dying words came softly. Do not forgive me, Jake. Blood splattered against the white backdrop. A close-up of empty eyes. Jake thought silently. I expected this, but Jake's head was severed from his body. He hadn't realized the gap would be so great. This damn thing called talent. Consciousness faded. Well, it seems this is the end. Jake's face blurred in white light. He smiled in relief. I told him to flee if I'm not back by then. So I need not worry if I go. I've always been ready for this outcome anyway. The light swallowed everything. But I still wondered one thing. Jake wondered, what if I were given the same chance as you? What if I were given the same chance as you? In the hazy recesses of his mind, a voice called. Young master. The sound grew clearer. Young master, please. A servant stood by the bed. Please wake up. A blond youth opened his eyes. Who are you? A hand rose. Smack. A hard slap landed along with a shout. Please wake up. He reeled. What the hell? He clutched his burning cheek, bewildered. What is this? Thoughts in chaos. Was I just slapped? Why all of a sudden? Which bastard? The servant, crying, said, Please, sir, wake up. Then someone called loudly, Young Master Lucian. He froze. Waking in an unfamiliar room, Lucian realized he was sitting on a bed. Beside him, an orange-haired youth had collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Something about it felt wrong. He stared down at the pale hands before him in shock and thought to himself, This is all wrong. Lucian asked himself, Where are my rough, calloused hands? These are not only clean, but look like the delicate hands of a young master. The crying next to him continued. Lucian turned to look at the orange-haired youth bowed over the bed, trembling with sobs, and thought, Who is this freak? He remembered having nearly killed someone not long ago, and now this fellow's eyes were swollen from crying like that. The youth cried on until he suddenly raised his head, eyes red and blazing. Through his tears he shouted, How fortunate! Young master, I thought you were truly dead. My heart nearly stopped. If that had happened, I, your personal servant, would be in serious trouble. And more than that, it would be a great tragedy for the family. Lucian could only stand there, bewildered. What nonsense is he spouting? He glanced around the room in confusion, the words repeating in his head. Young master, personal servant, family. None of those had any relation to his life. Not only that, he had clearly died earlier. The image of his head being cleaved off was vivid, a death so certain there was no saving him. So why? This neck is still intact. The room fell into an odd silence. After piecing everything together, only one answer remained. He had inhabited someone else's body. Lucian climbed down from the bed. A thought flashed through his mind, and it's a very handsome body at that. He froze before the mirror, studying his reflected image. With the orange-haired youth standing behind him, he reached out and touched the mirror. At a glance, this body exuded refinement. It belonged to a noble, and to a noble of one of the wealthiest families. His eyes swept across the lavish room with gilded furnishings, then looked at Han through the mirror. First, he needed to gather information. Lucian spoke up. Han, I have something to ask. Han replied at once. Yes, sir. Ask whatever you wish. What year is it now? Han blinked. The year? You must still be fuzzy from the drug's effect. This is the year 846 by the imperial calendar. Lucian was stunned. What? 15 years before his death. The image of himself, suspended in a clockwork circle of time, flashed before him. Had he traveled back in time? He couldn't understand how or why this happened, but obsessing over details wouldn't help. Lucian's gaze sharpened. He had to focus on what he could do. He continued, My personal servant. My personal servant. You planned to die today, didn't you? You planned to die today, didn't you? Han stammered in fear. Sir, what are you suddenly saying? He spoke through clenched teeth, scolding a servant who dared to touch his master without permission. He stepped closer, his voice cold. Has decorum here changed because I fainted? If not, then answer me. Who am I? Han bowed in fear. Please forgive me, my lord. I was so panicked earlier that I was disrespectful, sir. Han bowed his head and said clearly, Young master, you're Lucian Valdec, the third son of the great Valdec family. Lucian froze. Valdec. That name echoed in his mind. The Valdec household I know. The Valdec clan, a noble house supporting the entire empire, standing beside the emperor for generations, wielding power comparable to the royal family. I'm fairly familiar with this family because 15 years ago, I served as a guard here for several years. But then I died and woke up right where I used to work in a completely different identity. Lucian looked at himself in the mirror, unable to help but doubt. As the third son of the Valdec house, he allowed a soft laugh. How ridiculous. All his life, Jake had endured every humiliation because of his low birth. And now I'm being given a chance? In the moments before he died, he had wished, if given the same chance as others, how far could I climb? Now I'm given a chance to find out? Fine, if that's what fate wants, then open your eyes and watch. Lucian threw open the balcony door, sunlight flooding the room. He looked out into the distance, his eyes igniting with ambition. Let's see how high I can climb and what kind of life I'll lead. The Valdec manor spread beneath the sun, majestic and lavish to the point of stunning. Lucian walked down the long corridor with Han, murmuring, The Valdecs are something else. I've been everywhere as a mercenary. His gaze swept the intricately decorated walls, the soaring ceilings and ornate stone columns. Yet this place was the most opulent. Besides, I need to get used to this place quickly. As he walked, Lucian pondered. He sensed furtive glances following him from behind. Since his appearance, the household servants seemed to whisper among themselves. Is that really young Master Lucian? Finally, he's out. How long has it been? Lucian perceived the oddness more clearly than ever. They all looked at him with strange eyes. He asked softly, Han, is it just me or does everything feel very strange? Han replied calmly, It's normal, young master. You shut yourself away and met no one but me. The image of Lucian kneeling in a dark room surfaced in his mind. For a year and 2 months. Lucian curled a lip. What does that mean? What could Lucian possibly lack to be locked in a room like that? Servants passed busily through the gray hall. Even if he couldn't grasp noble logic, Lucian couldn't live so recklessly, especially with the Empire's towering protector and his unshakable principles and beliefs, Grand Duke Sigmund. A man like him would never stand by and watch his son self-destruct. Lucian pondered. So either Lucian was such a nuisance he was about to be disowned, or there must be a big enough reason for the Grand Duke to pretend not to see. Until he understood the situation clearly, he should avoid the Grand Duke as long as possible. Before the thought finished, Lucian felt footsteps approaching. A steady voice rang out. So the report that you've fully recovered is true. Lucian startled. The man placed a hand on his chest and smiled courteously. It's been a whole year since I've seen the young master's face like this. It brings this steward immense joy. Young Master Lucian, do you have any difficulty moving about? Lucian immediately recognized the man before him. Yes, this gentleman is also a part of the Valdek family. Chief Steward Edwin, who first came to this manor in his youth as a hostage from a rival house. Thanks to his exceptional talent, he was entrusted with overseeing all the family's affairs. The right hand of Grand Duke Sigmund. Lucian thought to himself, this is bad. I've run straight into the person I most wanted to avoid. There's no way he wouldn't recognize the mannerisms of a street ruffian. The only saving grace was that the chief steward hadn't seen Lucian in a whole year. Lucian tried to stay calm and took a deep breath. If that's the case, I just need to imitate. The image of the commander from his memories came into sharp focus. The noblest figure he had ever known. Lucian offered a polite smile and bowed just enough. Thank you for your concern, Chief Steward Edwin. He continued in a gentle tone. Thanks to you, I've recovered a lot. Having shut myself away and acted haughty all this time, I came out to assess the family situation and unexpectedly ran into you here. It seems luck has smiled on me. Lucian asked further. So the family's still well, I assume? Edwin was silent for a moment, then replied, Yes, young master. The Valdek house remains steady. And it's fortunate that you are well, young master. Lucian Lova. After all, what trouble can there be with the chief steward here? It seems he suspects nothing. Good, then go with the flow. Looks like my worries were for nothing. I can leave at ease then. It's been so long since I've been out. I'm quite tired. As Lucian spoke and waved to leave, Edwin unexpectedly interjected. Pardon my abruptness, young master, but I must ask you to postpone your departure. His voice grew somber. Grand Duke Sigmund wishes to see you immediately, young master. Lucian was stunned by Edwin's words. Lucian stood before Sigmund's desk. The Grand Duke sat in the chair of authority, his imposing presence radiating heavy pressure. Father and son faced each other. The atmosphere in the room was so dense it felt like a small move could shatter. Sigmund looked at Lucian with a cold gaze. I'll ask only one question, Lucian Valdek. His voice was low and heavy like a hammer. You? Why are you still alive? Lucian stood opposite his father, Grand Duke Sigmund, in the spacious, solemn study. The oppressive air made him break out in a cold sweat. At the question thrown at him, Lucian showed clear confusion and stammered in return. Yes, what do you mean, father? Sigmund, with a cold look, said in a grave tone. I had intended to let it pass. Not giving Lucian a chance to breathe, his voice grew harsher. I could overlook your negligence of duty and baseless tantrums by using your mother's death as an excuse. Sigmund's gaze flicked to the portrait of a noble woman hanging on the wall. Surely Lucian's mother. His hand tightened on the armrest. But you have crossed the line. Locking yourself in a room for a year as an act of defiance is not enough. He looked straight at Lucian, his eyes weighing on his son's shoulders. You still dare to disregard your life and intend to ruin yourself? Lucian broke out in a cold sweat from the tension, his mind filled with a chaotic thought. Could that be true? A memory suddenly pulled him back to the moment lying in a sickbed, just waking from a coma, a flash of light piercing his mind. Lucian blurted out, "Wait." The image of Han's pitiful crying surfaced vividly. Wasn't that fellow wailing loudly? Lucian hurried to speak, trying to explain to his father. He stammered, "Father, I believe there must be some misunderstanding." But Sigmund coldly cut him off. "This is your last chance," Sigmund ordered, his voice brooking no opposition. "Tell me everything you have hidden in your heart." His fingers tapped a steady rhythm on the armrest, each thud heavy. "Isn't it all rooted in that? The reason you deliberately made a scene to the point of shoving sleeping pills down your own throat?" Lucian was stunned. What? His identity? Lucian Valdec, the Grand Duke's third son. Memories surged back in a rush. When I was a guard 15 years ago, he died around this time. The image of a coffin draped in white flowers appeared. Grand Duke Sigmund Valdec, a powerful man with 4 sons, each born of a different mother. In 10 years working here, I'd met the young masters and their mothers many times, yet I had no memory of meeting Lucian or his mother. That poor mother died young from illness. Not long after he took the post, Lucian Valdec also had his coffin closed. The coffin slowly swung shut. He had to suffer the same tragic fate. At the time, I simply thought they were too frail and didn't pay it much mind. But it turned out there was a real reason behind it. Considering his mother's death and his unstable position in the family, the pressure was too great for a child to bear. So he chose an extreme measure, swallowing a large amount of sleeping pills to get his father's attention. But by locking himself away for a year, he didn't account for his body's weakness. That body could not withstand the drug's effects and eventually collapsed. Lucian gasped. A headache. I thought the Grand Duke was being overly harsh with a son he hadn't seen in a year. He looked at Sigmund sitting solemnly before him, but knowing the circumstances made the action seem justified. No matter how great the Grand Duke was, he must have suffered greatly as a father to have a child like that. That said, now is not the time to pity others' feelings. Lucian broke out in a cold sweat with fear. I'm already 1 foot in the coffin. The space around him seemed to collapse. This was the ultimatum he could hear. The promise of a bright future was crumbling. If I utter even one word that doesn't align with the Grand Duke's wishes, envision the terrible outcomes. Being sent to a remote convent, exiled to the northern border, or reduced to a ragged beggar. Lucian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with resolve. Ridiculous. I've finally got this new life, even paid for it with my old one. And there's no way I'll ruin this precious future over some family drama that has nothing to do with me. Lucian stepped forward and spoke proactively. Since you asked me to lay out my thoughts, Father, I will. First, for tarnishing the noble Valdec name with my insolence and causing you so much worry. Lucian bowed his head deeply. I humbly offer my most sincere apologies. Chief Steward Edwin stood beside him, watching in astonishment. This fault is mine and mine alone. There can be no excuse. Whatever punishment you decide, Father, I will obediently accept. Those words cannot change what has happened. So, may we now be at ease. Sigmund froze. What? Lucian stepped closer, his voice firm. What has happened cannot be changed. Therefore, with the life I have barely managed to keep, I will no longer bind myself to the past and will live fully in the future. He smiled at his father. For that reason, as a father rather than as Grand Duke. Could you grant me a word of encouragement, Father? Sigmund listened in silence while Lucian continued speaking, a wayward son sincerely repenting before his father, awaiting a parent's open arms. Isn't that, under the natural order, what should happen between a father and son? Edwin was utterly stunned, unable to believe. Although the atmosphere had clearly shifted, was this really young Master Lucian, the one who always cowered from everything? The Grand Duke remained silent, observing his son. Lucian's face was full of confidence. He did not flinch at his father's gaze. Sigmund tapped the armrest, his voice lowering. You dare lecture me on a child's duty? Indeed, those who live long enough see everything. A long silence fell over the room. Lucian smiled softly, maintaining his composure and polite bearing. In his mind, he thought, just as I suspected, instead of poking around timidly, confronting things head-on is the right answer. Rather than a trembling mouse, the Valdec Grand Duke I know prefers bold, stray dogs. No sooner had Lucian's thought closed than Sigmund spoke, his low voice ringing in the quiet room. It seems your near-death experience has taught you recklessness. He leaned slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on his son. Fine. Since you mentioned sincerity, I'll ask you this. Lucian Valdek, what do you intend to do from now on? Lucian's eyes flashed with clear determination, no longer evasive. He answered decisively. First, I will rebuild this ruined body. For a moment, the image of his fight with the commander flitted through his mind. Perhaps the sting from having his head nearly cut off hadn't fully faded. Lucian continued, his sights set on a farther goal. In his head appeared the commander holding a blazing sword. He declared plainly, I will study swordsmanship seriously. Sigmund raised an eyebrow, unable to hide his doubt. Study swordsmanship, you? Lucian replied calmly. Yes, of course. I must address this weak body first. But after a moment's thought, he added, with an almost natural nonchalance, well, if I eat well and sleep soundly, won't everything get better? Sigmund regarded Lucian with an unreadable look, as if reassessing the sun before him, then broke into a rare smile. You do know how to speak. Sunlight streamed through the window. He concluded, very well. Whether reckless or not, time will tell. He turned to the chief steward standing beside him. Chief steward, deliver that thing again. Hearing that, Lucian thought to himself, that thing will prove better than empty words whether I'm sincere or not. Meanwhile, Edwin was still reeling from the recent turn of events. He bowed slightly and replied, understood. My lord, I will expedite the preparations. Lucian couldn't hide his curiosity. The question rang in his head. What is that thing? The scene shifted outside the manor, where the air suddenly grew bustling. Workers hurried back and forth, continuously hauling large chests into the courtyard. Two men strained to carry an especially heavy chest. A glance was enough to tell the contents were far from ordinary in value. The chest lid was open to reveal it packed with gold and jewels, sparkling in the daylight. Lucian and Hans stood frozen at the sight. Lucian couldn't help blurting out, insane. The sky stretched clear above the magnificent manor. So this is what a top noble family looks like. Lucian's gaze was fixed on a massive pile of pocket money before him. It turned out to be an absurdly large allowance. He picked up a gold coin, feeling the cold weight in his palm, disbelief in his voice. This is only for 1 month? If it's this much, Lucian laughed triumphantly, confidence clear on his face. Yes, with this amount I can completely rebuild this wretched body. He flexed his scrawny muscles and held up a vial of miraculous medicine, eyes alight with excitement. I can make that elixir. In a greenhouse blooming with flowers, sunlight poured through the glass panes and fragrance filled the air. Grand Duke Sigmund strolled leisurely among the beds, Edwin the steward by his side. Edwin watched the familiar scene quietly, private thoughts rising in his mind. This was the place the Duchess had tended devotedly in her final years. He continued to ponder. It had been a long time since the master had set foot here. That was understandable, but the master's sudden return to this place. Lucian's image came to his mind. It was because of the change in young Master Lucian. Although the boy had long lost the master's favor, he was still the son of the Duchess whom the master had dearly loved. Sigmund walked deeper into the greenhouse, leaving Edwin standing with unfinished thoughts. After a moment, the Grand Duke's cold voice rose, truly pathetic. The way he always darted his eyes away, as if afraid of something. The way he cowered like a wild dog when I raised my voice even slightly. Edwin paused softly as Sigmund continued. His manner is nothing like hers. So I thought he only inherited his mother's appearance. But today, for the first time, Edwin was stunned. I realize I may very well have been wrong. He asked in a low voice. You saw how that child looked me straight in the eye and spoke his thoughts, did you not? Edwin bowed his head and replied. Yes, he showed no hesitation. Truly a composed and dignified manner. Then he added, young Master Lucian's nature is courteous and thoughtful, so I believe he is only slightly less than the other young masters. In any case, the master's blood still flows in him. Sigmund let out a soft laugh. That remains to be seen. The things awaiting that child are not matters that can be settled with words. Edwin showed clear concern. My lord, I'm afraid there will be problems. Sigmund glanced at him. Problems? Edwin answered promptly. The allowance that had been suspended for young Master Lucian has been restored, but evidence of embezzlement has been found. An image of Geordie holding a letter with a cold expression came to Edwin's mind. Investigations indicate young Master Geordie Valdek, the second son, is involved. He continued reporting. Furthermore, he dismissed the head maid who cared for the third young master and planted his own people in her place, deliberately appearing to want oversight. Sigmund clicked his tongue. Though far-sighted, his weakness is narrow thinking. He folded his arms and brooded. I understand his hatred toward the third son's maternal family. But to this extent, Edwin asked cautiously. Should I take private measures? Sigmund immediately forbade. No, Chief Steward, don't involve yourself. But isn't that too harsh for someone who has just begun to stand again? Sigmund slowly voiced his thoughts. If he knows how to manage what surrounds him, such things won't affect him. Consider this the price the third son pays for not waking sooner. A challenging gleam lit his eyes. This is fine. Let's see how he handles it. If he can't manage this, there's nothing to hope for. Although Valdec blood is the key, the image of a lion striding under the blue sky appeared, the emblem of noble lineage, both advantage and burden. But to open the gate, one must turn the key oneself. A few days later, in the manor, the maids gathered and whispered. Has that brat been like that for days? Has the young master shut himself in his room again? Han stood outside, his face a mix of anger and worry. It had been 3 days since the allowance was restored. The memory of receiving that money echoed in his mind. The young master said the conversation with the Grand Duke went well and the allowance had been reinstated. The gold and jewels in the chest were dazzling, but given their relations, this was no simple matter. Lucian stood with his back turned, alone in the vast room. Han felt the weight of the courage he had poured into his performance. He must have summoned all his bravery. Han wept silently. Now, the young master was trying to move forward, carrying that emotional burden on his shoulders. In stark contrast, Lucian was utterly pleased with the money before him. He grinned ecstatically. If it's this much, haha. Yes, with this amount, he declared excitedly, I can completely reconstruct this wretched body. I can create that miraculous elixir. An image of a mysterious vial appeared, a substance capable of turning a frail body into a powerful one. Lucian buried himself in the gloomy alchemy lab. The air was thick with the scent of ingredients and magic. Sweat ran down his brow, but his eyes blazed with determination. Lucian glanced toward the door, thinking, that kid Han must have lots of questions, but judging by how he guards the door to the letter, he seems loyal. It was hard to believe the Grand Duke's son was touching alchemical tools he had never handled in his life. Under the full, bright moon, a rare herb glowed. They sought this extremely rare plant because it only bloomed under moonlight, and its applications were still not well developed. It was the moonlight herb, a flower of mysterious beauty. On top of that, the boy had emptied his funds to buy it. Lucien Uyetan. Han, it's not too late. Buy more moonlight herb. He might look like a madman now, but his eyes shone. In a year, its value won't just increase 10-fold, but 20-fold. Lucian lay among a field of moonlight herb, smiling with satisfaction. He cried out, its price will skyrocket. A hearty laugh rang out, filled with the excitement of someone seizing his fate. In retrospect, one had to admire the audacity of the alchemist. At that time, the success of that medicine was still not truly proven. Yet they bought up all the moonlight herb in the Empire in advance. It was a once-in-a-lifetime gamble on the fate of their guild. Lucian touched the first finished vial. Ah, it's thanks to that boldness. He lifted the glowing vial. This was Nita. The drink hailed as divine. When he opened the cap, a rush of red air poured out. Calling the medicine divine had once been deemed blasphemous. But when its miraculous effects were announced, all criticism vanished, replaced by praise. Lucian smiled in satisfaction. In thousands of years, one absolute truth has been undeniable. A warrior's strength is preset from birth. It is a limit that cannot be broken. Innate talent lies in the hands of fate, and one's constitution cannot be changed. No matter how desperately one struggles, they cannot escape their predetermined limit. Or at least, that is what people still believe. A shooting star tore across the night sky, but something shattered that cruel law. A figure radiated enormous energy. Nita, the key that breaks every limit. Simply by drinking it, people with no talent at all can become useful swords. Lucian looked at the vial in his hand and told himself, of course, the effectiveness of my version can't match the original. It's no different from a mass-produced product, but to revive this ruined body, there's currently no better remedy. Consider yourself lucky, you noble brat. Memories surfaced of the Alchemist Guild's blood-stained emblem. When the chaos later spread across the Empire, the guild was the first to be burned. My formula, the one that overturned the balance of power, was deemed too dangerous to exist, and so it was erased. That said, Jake's image was reflected in the vial, but I managed to recreate something similar thanks to various clues I gathered. Of course, most people die from side effects during trials, but enough nostalgia dredging. Lucian drained it. Thanks for the meal. The transformation began. What happened next was what mattered. The product of converting natural power into one's own. Mana surged and spread. The quality and power a person can exert differ tremendously depending on how well they circulate. The process of dispersing and reclaiming mana throughout the body was underway. Right now, I'm using Nita to forcibly open the blocked channels in this body. But the channels were already open. What the hell is this? Bodies react differently to strange mana. Strangely, he felt no pain at all. Instead, mana was flooding freely as if returning to its source. Even a newborn's body has impurities that obstruct it, but Lucian did not. He wondered, could Lucian be one of those so-called prodigies? The whole town lay peaceful under the brilliant sunset. He stood at the window looking out, then turned to stare at the closed door, anxiety evident on his face. In the manor's luxurious corridor, Han paced anxiously. His master had locked himself in the room for too long. Suddenly, the latch clicked behind him. Han startled and spun around. At that moment, Lucian stepped out with a composed air and asked, "Nothing happened while I was away, did it?" Seeing his master unharmed, Han was so relieved he could cry. He couldn't help but shout, "Young master, don't you know how long you were in there?" Wiping his tears, he poured out his hurt. "No matter how I called, you didn't answer. You forbade me at all costs from entering." Han hiccuped, choking on his sobs. "So I feared something had happened to you." Watching his loyal attendant sob, Lucian listened in silence. Han gasped. "I was truly worried." Moved by that devotion, Lucian offered a gentle smile. His glowing golden eyes radiated wisdom and authority, the sign of a great change occurring deep within. Han blinked in confusion and softly called, "Young Master Lucian." His instinct told him something was very different about the young master he served. Han scrutinized Lucian with suspicion. "Is the young master, but why do I feel he's not the real young master?" Noticing that look, Lucian thought secretly, this kid Han really does have keen senses. Rightly so. He had watched Lucian longer than anyone. It seemed he detected some change in his young master. Lucian placed a hand on his chest, assessing his condition. His appearance would take time and cultivation, so there would be no sudden outward transformation. But what's important is what lies inside. A heart pounding strongly, symbolizing latent power awakening. It was changing at an incredible rate. Lucian's innate constitution was causing this miracle to happen. I can be certain. Standing before the giant chess piece decoration in the hall, Lucian quietly positioned his vast potential as a key piece on the world chessboard. This kid's potential matched that of figures who could change the world. A great ambition began to kindle. Lucian sniffed and smiled confidently at his plan. If everything went well, this body could surpass my mercenary peak within a year. Turning to Han, he said, "Thinking back, Han, I realize it was thanks to you that I came to my senses." Han blinked in surprise and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Lucian placed a friendly hand on Han's shoulder and smiled. "Rewards and punishments must be clear. Listen carefully, Han. I only say this once." With a mischievous smile, he made his request. "Sell everything you have, even your underwear, and buy as much as you can. You'll get a cut." Lucian's triumphant grin was plain to see. He tempted Han. "Let's climb to the heavens together." Inwardly, he couldn't help but think, I'm jealous of that person. In my time, there were no nobles like this. Han had no idea what was happening and could only exclaim in utter bewilderment, "Young master." Lucian's new life gradually fell into rhythm. He and Han strolled leisurely through the woods, enjoying a rare, peaceful scene. Lucian walked whistling, feeling completely at ease. He privately marveled at his comfortable life. Wonderful. How can life be this easy? Fine food was always served on time, and rooms were cleaned without me lifting a finger. The bedding was prepared for me, too. Everything was perfect down to the last detail. Recalling past hardships, he smiled wryly. Skipping meals used to be almost routine. Thanks to these comforts, I can focus wholly on recovery. However, one thing still weighed on his mind. But there's one thing that keeps pressing on me. At that time, there was a Valdec family guard named Jake. According to the captain of the guard, no one matched the description of Jake in the slightest, and his position had been given to someone I had never seen before. After thinking it over, he reassured himself. Honestly, that might be for the best. Meeting another Jake now would be awkward and distracting. I don't think I'm ready to face my past self. Meeting him again would only embarrass me. Behind him, Han stared at his master's retreating figure, worried about his recent strange behavior. He stammered and asked, "Young Master Lucian, are you really going back in there?" Han repeated in a trembling voice as he remembered the dark entrance to the training yard. "You said you never wanted to set foot in the training ground again." Lucian turned back in surprise. Han affirmed firmly, "Yes, you did. After the second time the young master beat you in a training session, you said you'd never come back here again." Lucian reasoned quietly. "Judging by Han's reaction, I can roughly guess what happened. For the son of a Grand Duke, swordsmanship is almost obligatory. It allows the second young master to use force to intimidate little Lucian." A painful memory flashed. Under the guise of training, the former Lucian had been beaten and left covered in wounds, lying barely conscious on the floor, so that Lucian would never dare return to the training ground. Looking at the blue sky through the leaves, Lucian began to reassure Han. "I understand why you're worried, but it's all right. It's all in the past now." Hearing him declare that the painful past was over, Han looked at Lucian with hopeful eyes. Lucian turned and continued walking confidently, smiling. "Just trust me and follow." The training ground appeared majestic, equipped with the most modern gear. News of Lucian's presence spread quickly. The guards hurried to report to the instructor. He asked in astonishment, "What? Really? The third young master came here himself?" The guard confirmed, "Yes, absolutely. He's walking around the training ground with his personal servant." The instructor stroked his beard with calculation, thinking, "What on earth is that brat up to coming here?" He could never forget what happened that day. "Who knows? This might even work to our advantage." He ordered, "Notify them immediately." Smiling slyly and stroking his beloved beard, he mentally planned, "I'll prepare a lavish feast to welcome them before they arrive." Meanwhile, Lucian looked around, assessing silently. "I expected good equipment, but this level is beyond imagination. Not only is there an abundant supply of spare weapons, so you don't worry about breakage, but there's also a wide field for high-intensity training." He hadn't expected such an excellent facility to be privately owned. But then his face darkened, and a twinge of bitterness rose as he thought of his former comrades. If we'd had a place like this back then, could they have held out a little longer? Suddenly, the supervisor Hendrik appeared from behind, cutting off his thoughts. He spoke mockingly. "Oh my, so my eyes didn't deceive me after all." He stepped closer with a fake expression. "So it really is the third young master. I was so surprised at first I could hardly believe it. I still remember the time Jordy instructed you a year ago, when you ran off without looking back. That image is still vivid in my mind." Wearing a mocking face, he sneered, like a sheep chased by wolves. "Is that why? It seems you still fear this place." Glancing at Han with contempt, he continued to taunt. "So you brought your personal servant into this sacred ground of warriors." At this, Han could only bow his head anxiously, feeling helpless at the insults directed at his master. Hendrik greeted Lucian with obvious disrespect. "Long time no see, third young master." He deliberately dredged up Lucian's abuse. "A year ago, I personally assisted the second young master in correcting your posture. Do you remember?" Close up on Hendrik's triumphant face as he sneered. What an entertaining period that was. The image of Lucian trembling with a wooden sword in the past, a dark memory Hendrik was intentionally probing, appeared before them. Hendrik laughed loudly, convinced Lucian would remain the weakling he once was. But contrary to his expectation, Lucian only smiled faintly, a mysterious, dangerous smile. "Huh!" His gaze turned icy, exuding a terrifying killing intent as he looked straight at his opponent. "Look at this bastard. This will be interesting." Through Lucian's telling, the image of a knight rose in full splendor, warriors clad in gleaming armor, gripping great swords, the opening of heroic tales. In the public eye, they embodied honor and loyalty, often born of noble families. Therefore, a knight was expected to master martial skills and etiquette from childhood. They were the ones the Lord granted the title of knight to. Under the solemn dome of the palace, the knight knelt to receive his knighthood, marking formal recognition from the monarch. Only then was their existence complete. However, beneath that glittering facade was a stark reality Lucian understood well. In the end, they were just expensive hounds wearing chains. That was why Lucian thought to himself, a man must be loyal to the Lord who grants him wealth and glory, and must show deference to those of noble blood. His gaze settled on the middle-aged man opposite. Hendrik, with his bushy sideburns, stood there with a challenging, arrogant posture. Yet he dared to show such insolence. In a wide training yard, the disparity in physique between the two became even more apparent. Of course, Lucian's disadvantaged situation probably contributed, but he saw more. In his mind appeared an invisible red chain wrapped tightly around Hendrik's neck. But he only stood so boldly because someone backed him. Looming behind the large knight was Geordie's figure, wearing an inscrutable smile. He was the one pulling the strings behind this arrogance. A cold flash lit Lucian's eyes. If he could, he'd start with something cruel to set that man's mind straight. Lucian's imagination painted a bloody scene. He gripped a sharp knife and swung in a decisive arc toward Hendrik, bound to the spinning post, making the man tremble in terror. But reason snapped him back to reality immediately, doing that would not sit well with the Grand Duke. The imposing shadow of Grand Duke Sigmund loomed over his thoughts, reminding him of the price for rash actions. Around them, the other knights had also turned their eyes to watch. He assessed the situation. Knights were the backbone of a house's strength and valuable assets. Punishment outside official procedure would only create needless tension between lord and vassals. Lucian cleared his throat to hide his emotions, telling himself, "Not yet, not the time." Regaining his composure, he straightened and announced clearly, "How ridiculous! If you're going to avoid the training yard because of what happened before, I'll come by often from now on, at least to learn swordsmanship." Hendrik answered impatiently, "As you said, a year has passed. Shouldn't we hurry? Take up your sword, third young master." He burst into a laugh, a sneer of contempt. "You're joking, young master. You're far too old now to begin learning swordsmanship." Lucian raised an eyebrow and asked, "Too old? At 16? Hendrik immediately affirmed confidently, "Let me tell you, anyone over 15 is considered past the age. Once you're past it, it's over." He began to prate on in the tone of a superior. "Swordsmanship is a heritage, a secret technique created by ancestors. It grants enlightenment to those who follow those movements and is the core nature of ancient wisdom, with the power to evolve the body. However, it only matters to those whose mana path has opened. And since that path closes at 16, it becomes no more than ordinary physical training." Hendrik stroked his beard, triumphant, then concluded with a cutting taunt. "Swordsmanship without enlightenment is nothing but an empty, useless shell." He leaned in close to Lucian and spat insults. "Come to think of it, it suits you well, young master. This is your chance to become the Empire's greatest master of meaninglessness. That way you can save time and find your true inclination, right?" The surrounding knights began to join in, looking at Lucian with pity mixed with scorn. "And if it's not for you, then tending 100 gardens every day will do. After all, everyone has their proper role." Folding his arms across his chest, Hendrik felt thoroughly satisfied, thinking to himself, "Humph, look at you left speechless." In his narrow-minded thinking, those mistaken beliefs were the truth. From the start, the claim that the mana path closed at 16 was a fabrication. Any slight research would show it's nonsense, but it didn't matter. And when the time came, he'd just play dumb, because by then his goal would be achieved. He looked at Lucian and imagined a stupid creature, like a lamb with its throat squeezed, unable to utter a protest, frozen in fear while the household servants insulted him, forced to display a pathetic face for the world to see, just like last year. Suddenly, Lucian's voice rang out, cutting off his thoughts. "But, Sir Hendrik..." Lucian calmly adjusted his sleeve and coolly countered, "For some reason, that doesn't match what I remember. Don't you find it odd? The mana path doesn't close at 16, but around 25. So as I understand it, learning it now shouldn't be an issue." Hendrik frowned and asked suspiciously, "Huh? Are you sure?" Lucian continued to bait him. "I think you're mistaken. Does Geordie think that too?" "Of course, that's just common knowledge." Hendrik replied off guard, casually stroking his hair, his demeanor still full of self-satisfaction. "Well then, if he says so, I wouldn't dare argue." Just as I thought, since it was Sir Geordie who said it." Lucian waved his hand, turned to his attendant, and uttered a pessimistic exclamation. "Han, it seems the Valdec line is about to collapse." He placed a hand on Han's head, a gesture part consolation, part performance. "You think so too, don't you? Right? You don't have any other choice." Han, frightened at being suddenly pulled into the matter, said, "Young master, what do I have to do with this?" Lucian suddenly feigned agitation, his shout echoing across the training ground. It's so basic even stray dogs know it. And someone of that age gets it wrong. Unbelievable, just thinking about how many talents were robbed of opportunity by this false knowledge. Oh, it makes me want to cry. He clutched his head and lamented, astonished. His brother is that empty-headed? What are you saying? Lucian punched his chest, feigning extreme anguish. Don't try to stop me. If what you said is true, it's an insult to the family's name, an undeniable crisis. Then abruptly he broke into a chilling smile, his voice turning threatening. Surely you wouldn't dare lie to me. Where's your lord's son? You're not that foolish, are you? Silence fell over the training ground. Hendrik began to panic. He stammered an explanation. You mean I intended to deceive you? What do you mean? Lucian shifted his tone quickly. All right. Please forget what I just said. I misspoke. This situation is simply too unbelievable. He smiled deceitfully. A knight of House Valdek would never stoop to such petty tricks, would he? Hendrik backed away, terrified. Of course, young master. No need to mention it. Just as I thought. Worry showed plainly on Hendrik's face. Lucian flashed a triumphant smile. If that's the case, this isn't something I can let pass easily. Lucian continued. Let me teach you what happens when you can't keep your mouth shut. Sir Hendrik, you have yet to grasp the seriousness of this matter. Hendrik tried to stay calm. What do you mean? If you simply meant to insult me, I was prepared to let it go. Lucian shouted, performing perfectly like a master actor. Not just you. Everyone has looked down on me. So how could I blame you for that? His voice hardened with weight. However, it's an entirely different matter when you, a knight and my brother, a pillar of the Grand Duchy, obstruct the cultivation of new talent based on false information. I will absolutely not tolerate that, for it will weaken the Valdek Knight's strength and pose a grave threat to the safety of our people, the very foundation of this domain. Han stood beside him, deeply moved by his master's words of responsibility. Lucian pressed on. As a member of the Valdek name, I have every reason to be outraged. Seeing Hendrik tremble, Lucian knew he'd hit the mark. Right on target. Sir Hendrik, I believe you now understand how serious this is. He pointed a finger at Hendrik's chest, as if granting a final mercy to a condemned man. So you'd best prepare yourself. I will report this to my father and recommend he impose discipline. The name father made Hendrik startle, his whole body shaking. Lucian's eyes now glowed, a frightening gold. Watching Hendrik's ashen face, Lucian was inwardly pleased. Wait, just mentioning his father made him panic like that. Why is he blowing this so far out of proportion? Meanwhile, Hendrik was stunned to realize the shocking change in the young master. When did this brat get so bold? He had seemed weak as a lamb before, but now he looked exactly like. Behind Lucian, an illusion of a gigantic wolf appeared, bearing its dangerous fangs. At that moment, a hand wearing a glittering ruby ring emerged. Jordy stepped forward from behind. What's all the commotion? Hendrik, relieved as if finding a lifeline, cried out, Sir Jordy. Lucian smiled faintly, his eyes full of calculation. Perfect timing. At last you've decided to grace us with your face. Jordy regarded Lucian coldly, his tone laced with displeasure. It's you again, Lucian Valdek. Before Lucian stood the second young master, Jordy Valdek. Jordy's sudden appearance immediately made the atmosphere extremely tense. Hendrik hurried over, sweating and stammering. Young master, let me explain everything. The knight, panicked, tried to excuse himself. Actually, what I meant by all this was... But Jordy cut him off coldly with a short sentence. Enough. The second son's face wore an ambiguous smile. You need not explain. He then leaned close to Hendrik, his gaze icy as he spat a bitter remark. I've witnessed your pitifulness with my own eyes. Jordy looked at his subordinate with disappointment, letting a kid less than half your age lead you by the nose. How disappointing. His hand rested on Hendrik's shoulder in a fake pat. Then he immediately warned in a gruffer tone. Now calm yourself, unless you intend to shame me further. After putting Hendrik in his place, Jordy strolled toward Lucian and his servant. Seeing this, Han trembled and clung to his master's coat. Young master, what should we do now? Sir Jordy looks very angry. Contrasting Han's extreme fear, Lucian appeared amused. Yes, that expression is worth watching. Jordy approached with a cold, murderous face. Even as a guard, he had been notorious for a venomous temper, a ruthless standard among the nobility. Because he was weaker than the eldest son, he recruited heavily from outside, But most of those recruits met miserable ends, because as soon as he deems someone useless, he brands them with a crime and eliminates them. Lucian calmly greeted with a cheerful expression. "Greetings, Master Jordi Valdek. Long time no see, second young master." Jordi looked at his younger brother with displeasure. "You've been well lately, I suppose?" He looked down at Lucian with contempt and scolded. "Idiot." Lucian shrugged, puzzled by his brother's attitude. "What do you mean by that? I've seen everything you and Sir Hendrik discussed." Jordi smiled maliciously. "How dare you bring shame upon the Valdek name?" Lucian still pretended not to understand and asked, "Can you be more specific? Why is that considered a disgrace?" Knowing he couldn't directly pick a fight, Jordi deliberately steered the conversation to defend his subordinate. "It's been a long while since Sir Hendrik taught theory, so there seems to be some misunderstanding." He pointed toward Hendrik, who was standing at a distance, emphasizing, "Using my name to cause such senseless chaos is an undeniable mistake. He cannot evade responsibility for that." Jordi closed his eyes, feigning magnanimity. "Nevertheless, I do not intend to reprimand him for this incident. Considering the blood he has shed for House Valdek, I fully understand the weight of that loyalty." Then he turned to Lucian with a cold glare. "Not like you." Jordi jabbed his finger hard into Lucian's chest with a sarcastic tone. "A man who couldn't even endure sword training and ran away. Do you really think you have the right to condemn him?" "Lucian Valdek, first you must learn to respect the knights." He loudly affirmed their role, gesturing toward the line of knights standing there. "For it is thanks to them that House Valdek still endures." Playing the kindly older brother, Jordi declared, "Everyone, on his behalf I apologize for today's disturbance. It was merely the rash mistake of a child. I ask for your generosity." Then he flashed a terrifying, calculating smile. "From now on I will personally keep a close eye on my foolish little brother." Lucian looked at Jordi with a cryptic smile. He thought to himself, "Oh, so that's how you play it? He's clever. He called me out directly. Yet he not only turned it into me insulting the knights to rile them up, he also skillfully preserved his own face." Lucian decided to go along with the charade. "Fine, I'll let you have it," he exclaimed. "Truly different, second brother." Jordi looked at him in surprise. Lucian lowered his head in apparent contrition and began his performance. "Even if there was a misunderstanding between Sir Hendrik and me, you should punish me for daring to insult you, second brother." Lucian clasped his hands over his chest with a moved expression and continued, "But instead of that, you have given me an invaluable lesson." He deliberately repeated loudly the earlier insult. "I called your head a hat rack, an empty skull." Han, standing beside him, panicked and rushed to cover his master's mouth. "Young master, please shut your mouth." Lucian brushed his hand away, feigning remorse, but with a mischievous look in his eyes. "Anyway, I am ashamed for having blurted out such ridiculous words." While Jordi's veins bulged in anger, Lucian shouted excitedly, praising him to the skies. "Today I learned so much from your magnanimity, second brother." He turned and ordered his servant, "On, we must quickly record the young master's teachings. Paper won't do. They must be engraved on the finest silk." The surrounding knights looked at one another in astonishment, while Lucian thought to himself, "In return, I will use you to discard my weak image and carve my true image into all their minds." It was an unspoken declaration of war that the third young master's weak persona of the past was gone. Lucian laughed heartily, then turned and walked away. "Then I'll take my leave and return. Do you permit that? After all, keeping us closer serves no purpose." Jordi lost his temper and barked angrily. "Bastard, you really don't know what fear is, do you? Do you think I'll just let you walk away like that?" Lucian stopped and shot back. "Have you forgotten? Father has been keeping an eye on me lately." Seeing the murderous look appear in Jordi's eyes, he calmly added, "I have nothing to lose. What about you?" Lucian turned and walked off decisively. Then considerate agreed. As he left, he waved and called back, "I'm off, brother Jordi." Han panicked and ran after him. "Young master." Remaining behind, Hendrik watched their backs and timidly spoke up. Will you really let him return like that, Lord Jordi?" All he received in response was a terrifying silence. Jordi's face was plunged into a shadow of rage, and murderous intent saturated the air. After leaving the training grounds, Lucian and Han strolled together under the cool canopy of trees. However, Han remained shaken by the events that had just occurred. The attendant anxiously asked, "Young master, are you really all right? You know Lord Jordi better than anyone. Seeing Lucian look at him with gentle eyes, Han grew even more alarmed and shouted in fear. "He will never let that go. Even if we escape this, I know that terrifying mustache knight will make me disappear without a trace." Lucian reassured him. "I know, all right? Calm down." The image of Jake flashed into Lucian's memory. Only those who have lived through it truly understand. When an incompetent superior makes things worse and then pretends not to know. "I know how awful that feels." Smiling warmly, he said to Han, "That won't happen. Get up. A knight won't do such a thing. And anyway, I won't allow it to happen." He looked at the kneeling attendant with sincerity. "You've suffered much because of me, Han. When a master acts foolishly, it's their subordinates who pay the price. Especially you, my personal attendant, who must suffer even more." Han was moved to tears. With a determined look, Lucian reached out to Han and solemnly declared, "I promise you one thing. From now on, my foolish actions will never cause my people to be despised or feel unsafe again. So let's work closely together, Han." Beneath the flooding sunlight, Lucian and Han shook hands, marking a new beginning. Under the bright, radiant sky, the mansion's panorama looked luxurious and magnificent. However, contrary to that peaceful scene, inside the castle corridor, Lucian and his attendant Han strode swiftly like a gust of wind. As they walked, Lucian's mind spun with calculations. He thought, "I wonder why everything fell so quiet after leaving the training yard." His gaze hardened as he continued to reason. "From what I know, that Geordie isn't the type to sit back and take it." Lucian's hand clenched the budget paper until it was crumpled. He realized the truth of the matter. So he had devised such a despicable move. Rage flared, and he balled his hand into a fist. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Han, running close behind, couldn't hide his indignation, agreeing with his master. "Indeed, young master, this absolutely cannot be let go so easily." Stopping, Lucian turned to Han with a determined look. "Ready?" Han straightened and replied clearly, "Ready, young master." As if waiting for this, Lucian shouted in the fury he'd long restrained, "Hands off my pocket money!" Han, no less anguished, cried out miserably, "And my wages and bonuses too." It all began with the budget summary that arrived today. Earlier, Lucian had been excited to receive the letter. He'd fantasized about buying more moonlight herb and getting everything he needed. It was the day he was certain his pockets would be full. But then the smile abruptly died. Lucian's face fell when he looked at the numbers inside. The paper slipped to the floor, and he exclaimed in shock. "What?" The summary clearly stated, Lucian's pocket money had been cut by 75% and Han's wages cut by 30%. It was an undeniable fact. A thought flashed through Lucian's mind. That damned young master had tampered with my pocket money. He hadn't acted personally, but did it through the head Matey planted in my house. Lucian and Han stopped before a large door. He muttered, "Embezzlement is a grave crime, even in noble society, punishable by extreme measures." Pushing the door open, Lucian bitterly thought, and yet he could still pull off such an outrageous thing. His gaze swept the room sharply. It was because we left an opening for him to slip in. After the third Duchess, Lucian's mother, passed away, the sight of maids working in the hall reminded him of his mistake. Lucian had delegated budget management to someone else. That person should have been Dana, the loyal head maid who had served him for years, not the young maid over there. Before them stood the sly face of the young maid Jenny. She bowed to Lucian and Han with a fake greeting. "This is my first time meeting and greeting you in person like this." Jenny smiled smugly and introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Jenny, the newly appointed head maid replacing Mrs. Dana." Before they could react, Jenny continued in a condescending tone. "When I took the position, I meant to bring the documents for review, but at that time the young master seemed completely unwilling to leave his room." She narrowed her eyes and asked sarcastically, "Has that lost period of yours finally ended?" Unable to stand her insolent tone, Han loudly snapped, "What kind of tone is that to use with the young master?" Lucian raised a hand to stop Han, his face oddly serene. "Calm down, Han. She's not entirely wrong." He smiled with hidden meaning. "All right, let the trivial things go." Clutching the budget paper tightly, Lucian emphasized, "The important matter now is something else." He looked directly into Jenny's eyes, creating an invisible pressure. "I will ask you bluntly." Holding the paper out before her, he demanded, "How did you produce this budget?" Jenny broke into a challenging smile and mockingly admitted, "No wonder you called me in. It's because of the budget summary. Yes, I prepared it, she explained calmly. The young master entrusted authority to the former headmaid. I merely took over and worked according to what was handed to me. Then she feigned innocence and grievance. But I'm a bit confused. I worked hard, yet I'm being questioned like this all of a sudden. Finally, she added a cutting barb. After all, this is something the young master should have handled himself. Lucian looked at the paper with an icy gaze. He admitted, yes, I expected you'd use that as an excuse, since this is clearly also Lucian's oversight. He nodded slightly. All right, I understand that point. Maybe there's no other choice. But even so, there are aspects I cannot accept. Lucian analyzed. Most of the money provided by my father was allocated to raising the servants' wages. Considering how long they've suffered because of my negligence, that can be seen as compensation. Hesitating a moment, his voice dropped low. But now Lucian's eyes became terrifyingly sharp. He pressed. Why was Han's wage not only not increased, but actually cut? Don't you see how blatant that is? Jenny scoffed, replying in a sickeningly false tone. Oh, is that so? I must have been careless. Managing a household has so many details to attend to. She glanced around, seeking support. My workload is overwhelming. Anyone here can testify. Jenny turned to the staff. Isn't that right? The maids trembled in fear and agreed. Yes, Jenny has been especially busy lately, so from now on we'll support her better. Their timidness and fear could not escape Lucian's notice. He silently observed, then bowed his head and let out a soft sigh. He coldly ordered, let's go back. Han was utterly surprised. Yes, young master. Like this. Lucian turned and left with Han, bitterness in his heart. The body is mine, but my hands and feet only obey others. He walked in silence, then suddenly stopped. Without turning his head, he called back. Headmaid, I'll ask you one last question. Answer very carefully. Lucian looked back, his gaze threatening Jenny. Do you know who your true master to obey is? She replied insolently, leaving the implication hanging. That matter. In her mind, she thought, let me go ask Lord Geordie about it first. Night fell, blanketing the quiet streets. Lucian decided, a rotten organization must be uprooted to survive. In a dark alley of the city, two disguised figures stood before a shabby-looking tavern. Han asked, young master, didn't you say you'd go fishing to clear your head? He anxiously looked around, uneasy. But inside, the atmosphere was completely different. A crowd was wildly cheering around a fighting ring. Shouts of abuse rang out. You bastard, won't you knock him out? I'm betting my whole wage on you today. Two fighters charged at each other fiercely. The crowd continued its savage encouragement. That's it. Hit harder. Beat him to pulp. Lucian smiled enigmatically beneath his cloak. He asked Han with smugness, can't you feel it? Then he answered himself inwardly, the feeling of hooking a big catch. Lucian strode to the bar with confident steps. The barkeep immediately growled. This place isn't for folk like you, gold boy. Best clear off. He looked at him with a shooing glare, but his attitude changed 180 degrees the moment Lucian placed a heavy bag of gold on the counter. Lucian stood calmly at the counter and muttered, what kind of casino is this that's so difficult? He looked at the barkeep with a taunting smile and retorted, well, not going to serve your customer. In Lucian's mind, the image of head made Jenny's face appeared. She was smiling with arrogant self-satisfaction. He pondered. There was reason for not dealing with the head made immediately. Under the chandelier's glittering light in the upscale bar, Lucian took a sip of wine to let his thoughts drift away. First, Jenny wasn't just an ordinary headmaid. She was the child of the wet nurse who raised Geordie. Rushing in would only make things harder. While Lucian and Han were being eagerly attended by the waiter, his mind kept analyzing. Second, everything was spiraling into chaos beyond imagination. For a situation that defies logic, one must of course use corresponding methods. Smirking slightly, Lucian told himself, in the end, there's no way the Grand Duke wouldn't know about this. The imposing figure of Grand Duke Sigmund flashed through his mind. In other words, handling this mess was also a test. If so, one must show capability. Decision made, Lucian leisurely sat down at the gambling table. The game began, cards being revealed one by one. Lucian's skill was unbelievably polished. His hands glided over the cards like a dance. Playing, he continued his train of thought while pocketing some extra money. Lucian looked up with satisfaction. How many consecutive wins is that now? Around them, a curious crowd pressed in, whispers and murmurs rising non-stop. Impressive skill. The opponent must be a seasoned player too. Contrasting the audience's excitement, the dealer trembled, sweating as if drenched at the young gentleman's terrifying run of luck. He blurted in despair. I lost after all. Fingering the chips, Lucian taunted. Giving up already? I'm just getting started. He stared at his opponent with a challenging look. Play a bit more before you go. The dealer's voice cracked as he hurriedly waved his hands. No, I'll stop here, please. Beside him, Han clutched his head, his face full of question marks. Young master, when did you learn this? With extreme boredom, Lucian propped his foot on the table and sighed. Fine. Who's the next opponent? His gaze swept the crowd, disappointment in his tone. I heard rumors and came. And this is all there is? In truth, he was waiting for a real prey. Having drained everything this far, it was time for that guy to move. At that moment, the large doors of the casino burst open. Lucian glanced toward the door, the corner of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. No sooner had he thought that than a huge man entered, buttoning his coat in slow motions that radiated the dangerous aura of a leader. A long scar ran across his fierce face. He loomed before Lucian and spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. My apologies, I didn't realize an esteemed guest was here. Forgive the late greeting. He began to introduce himself. I'm Hugo, the manager here. Hugo flicked his hand, and his subordinates immediately dispersed to see off the patrons. He smiled slyly at Lucian. It's truly regrettable, but due to some private business we must close today. If you visit again next time, we will certainly treat you generously. The patrons began to file out, leaving the casino eerily quiet. Hugo continued, even if it inconveniences the other guests, such matters are nothing, as long as young Master Lucian can comfortably enjoy his time here. Lucian looked at Hugo with amusement. Oh, I haven't been out in a while, and you recognized me? To survive here, you need sharp eyes, Hugo replied, still maintaining a feigned reverent attitude. Once again, apologies for the delayed greeting. Lucian nonchalantly. No need to bother. I'm just here for a change of scenery. But truly surprising, young master, a guest who can pile up chips like this is rare. As he spoke, Hugo's eyes hungrily fixed on Lucian's enormous pile of chips. If possible, young master, may I be your opponent? Lucian raised an eyebrow. You want to come up personally? Hugo smiled modestly but pointedly. I wouldn't dare. How could I be a worthy opponent to you? But as the operator of this place, I have some skill. His eyes flashed a fierce red light, revealing his ambition. A casual round for amusement should suffice. Sensing the killing intent, Han fearfully gripped Lucian's hand, whining. Young master, can we go back? We've already made so much money. The trembling servant leaned toward Hugo and whispered. That man gives me a very bad feeling. I've seen many frightening people at the manor, but that look is really rare. Lucian smiled to reassure Han, but inwardly assessed. Han, it seems he's not the type to rely on luck alone. He glanced at Hugo and replied to Han. Naturally, Hugo was smiling, a very cordial smile, but Lucian knew exactly who lurked behind it. In his memory, the man's name was Hugo. That name would later shake the entire underworld. His footsteps began in the dark back alleys behind a city. It was a scene soaked in blood after brutal purges. All he had then was a brutal body. Lucian recalled Hugo walking alone past corpses strewn in the dark alley. Against someone with both violence and cunning like him, no obstacle existed. He quickly rose, reaching into gambling, smuggling, even hired killers, eventually dominating the underworld of 5 territories, becoming the king of the night. Then he used the Empire's fractures as a springboard and declared himself a baron. The image of Hugo seated on a throne of power became vivid as he grew into one of the Empire's warlords. Returning to the present, Lucian faced Hugo. The two sized each other up. Though still inexperienced, as Hans said, he was extremely dangerous. Lucian wore a mysterious smile. Today, the image of a ferocious shark flashed through his mind, an allegory for Lucian preparing to devour his opponent, to intimidate you. The cards had been dealt. The fateful match began. Lucian proposed. Keep it simple. 1 round, what do you say? Hugo replied at once. Fine. Moreover, we'll set no betting limits. He laughed heartily. Since the young master has come in person, I can't let you be bored. Lucian smiled brightly, ignoring Han's extreme worry beside him. That's right. Finally found someone who understands. Hugo looked at Lucian with a flicker of contempt, thinking, how honorable, young master. A brat who only abuses the Valdec name, unaware how my words will tighten the noose. Hugo's hand flipped a card as he considered. Actually, this reversal is interesting. He looked at Lucian with cold eyes. Draining the designated casino dry wasn't part of the plan, but the dealer smiled and clapped, signaling that the cards had been dealt. Hugo felt inwardly pleased. Reckless kids like these sink deeper the more they lose. At that moment, Lucian smiled faintly and glanced at his cards. Hugo bared his teeth in a predator's victorious grin. "I will gnaw you down to the bone, you foolish boy living in a glass cage." Suddenly, Lucian exclaimed, "Ow, my head is really—" Hugo paused and asked, "Is something wrong, young master?" Lucian beamed, looking straight at Hugo. "It's nothing serious. I just want to ask one question before we begin, okay?" Hugo answered calmly, "Of course, young master. I will answer honestly. Even though this is our first meeting, I find myself quite fond of you." Glancing briefly at Hugo's two burly henchmen, he lowered his voice and continued, "Just by looking at the vigor of your men, one can gauge the stature of their leader. Even if it's not a legitimate operation, managing something at this scale isn't something an ordinary person could do." Lucian continued in a confiding tone, "If you crossed the line, it would have long since reached our ears and been wiped out." Hugo bowed humbly. "Because I understand my position, I always act cautiously so as not to offend those above me." Lucian waved his hand and laughed loudly. "Haha, no need to be so tense. Though I'm of House Valdec, I'm not the type to suffocate others." Then suddenly he propped his chin, his gaze sharpening like a dagger as he pinned Hugo with his stare. "So, just answer me plainly. When do you plan to start large-scale production?" Hugo was bewildered, completely at a loss. He asked back, "What do you mean?" Lucian delivered the clincher. "You know what I mean, the thing you are preparing." At those words, Hugo's eyes widened in shock, his feigned composure shattering. That illegal hallucinogenic drug. With just that casual remark, the room instantly thickened and the tension became suffocating. The servants nearby tensed immediately, holding their breath as the young master mentioned the forbidden poison. Standing behind, Han couldn't hide his terror, his face drained of color, bloodless. Contrary to the pervasive fear, Hugo maintained a chilling calm, but deep in his eyes he was calculating something very carefully. However, that fake calm quickly cracked under Lucian's invisible pressure. He began to lose composure, sweat running down his temple as he stammered. "Young master, what are you saying? Hallucinogenic drugs." Ultimately, Lucian idly toyed with the chips in his hand, the clink sounding like a countdown, his voice full of sarcasm. "Come on, you heard it clearly. Why ask again?" Not letting him recover, he went straight to the point. "Is it the Lodgren clan that ordered you to do it? Yes or no?" Lucian's sharp eyes and suggestive smile drilled into his opponent, driving him into a corner. "I mean destabilizing House Valdec by distributing illegal drugs." Saying that, Lucian waved his hand with a mix of disdain and irritation. He sighed, his voice dropping. "I didn't expect the Count to give such a base order. There are lines that should not be crossed." He tilted his head, his gaze icy as a blade drilling into him. "Isn't that right, Hugo?" Hugo broke out in cold sweat, feeling the young master's absolute dominance. Lucian didn't relent and added another psychological blow. "Wait, in this case you're the more impressive one. Where did you find the nerve to commit such an act in Valdec territory?" In the dim darkness of the room, Hugo sat like a solitary figure on his chair, while Lucian's voice echoed like a sentence. "The moment trouble breaks out and you are caught, everyone connected to House Valdec will join forces to crush you. Punishment will fall brutally. No one will be spared." The entire room seemed frozen. Lucian began to analyze the situation, his tone like reading the opponent's thoughts. "Hugo, your mind must be in knots now. A failed plan means this death sentence has been exposed." Lucian pointed directly at the eerie Joker card on the table. "Seal the deal against the worst faction within House Valdec." In Lucian's mind flashed the scenario from his previous life, when Jake led a group to storm this place. Originally, this matter wouldn't have been exposed for another 2 years. Around that time, the Grand Duke would finally receive reports that the drug had spread throughout the territory. And even after efforts to stop it in a raid that left the headquarters ransacked, Jake could only grit his teeth in fury amid the wreckage. Because Hugo had fled the city then, the bitter blow of the past now became a decisive advantage in the present. Hugo struggled to muster a last hope, his voice strained. "Young master, there seems to be some misunderstanding." Lucian only retorted mockingly. "A misunderstanding?" Hugo bowed his head, trying to put on the most pitiful, pathetic expression possible. I'm just a poor man earning spare change at a small shop. How could someone like me get involved with drugs? He clenched his hands, veins bulging as he shouted in feigned grievance. Surely someone jealous has spread rumors about me. If you give me the chance, I'll find a source myself. Lucian sneered faintly. Rumors, is it? He began to expose each of the man's hidden cards, slowly and mercilessly. In that case, the factory you're funding is just an ordinary shop. Lucian paused, then continued. And that underground passage here leading outside the city wall is just a dry drain, right? Hugo stood stunned in his silence as his vital secrets were laid bare. Lucian asked one last time. I'll ask once more. How far along are you? Hugo was completely overwhelmed, his throat clogged, unable to speak. He looked up with a desperate face, his mind spinning with calculations. He knew about the front business and the secret passage. If it was that deep, any excuse would be meaningless. Hugo's hand trembled, veins straining. His face darkened and his eyes flashed with mad, killing intent. A dark thought arose. If that's the case, should I kill him? A brat without escorts can be finished with a single blow. At that moment, Hugo's servants in the shadows stirred, drawing knives as they prepared to rush forward and eliminate the third young master of House Valdec. A thick, murderous aura filled the room, but Lucian seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He had read the man's dark intent. Think carefully. Act, Lucian calmly warned, despite Han trembling behind him with fear. He smiled challengingly at Hugo. The stake in this round is your life. His voice was icy. Remember to consider carefully the position you've risen to. Hugo's hands shook at the threat. He broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly realizing his own stupidity. How foolish am I? What was I even thinking? Touching a son of House Valdec. Hugo imagined himself being brutally tortured if he dared do that, and terror overwhelmed his mind. Isn't that tantamount to seeking your own death? Hugo squeezed his eyes shut, trying to calm himself, then fell to his knees on the wooden floor, head bowed in abasement. I'll survive at all costs. He slammed his head down in plea. Please spare me. Hugo looked up at Lucian with pleading eyes for his life. I believe there's a reason you came personally to find me. He continued to tremble. Otherwise, by now my head would have rolled from my neck. Lucian smiled in satisfaction when he saw his prey completely subdued. Hugo was now ready to abandon all pride. If you want me to be a dog, I will. If you want me to bark, I will bark. If you want me to leave, I will leave. Seeing their boss kneel, Hugo's underlings hurriedly prostrated themselves as well. The room echoed with chaotic pleas. Please spare him. Spare us, young master. Lucian's hand lightly touched the stack of chips on the table, then pushed one coin toward Hugo. He stood up, his face full of authority, and said casually, well, keeping a dog around isn't bad. After all, I do seem to be missing a obedient errand runner. Hugo seized at the lifeline and hastily replied, Thank you, sir. Please command me. I'll do anything. He looked up at Lucian with hopeful eyes, but Lucian bent down and looked straight into the kneeling man's eyes. Then he asked pointedly, Wouldn't that be terribly boring? You don't seem like someone who'd be content merely to be a hunting dog. Suddenly, Lucian placed a hand on Hugo's shoulder in a familiar gesture and made a proposal that stunned him. How about this? Hugo, would you like to try being a knight? Hugo froze. The words pierced the hardened shell of his exterior and struck the deepest corner of his heart. Do I want to be a knight? Hugo lowered his head, memories of long-cherished dreams flooding back. It had once been a dream he longed for, but in the end he had no choice but to abandon it. Over time it became clearer and clearer. He recalled the days when he had given his all. No matter how much he honed his skills, the image of Hugo holding a sword with determined eyes appeared. No matter how many times he risked his life for his lord, in the end he was still just a useful tool for the nobility. He painfully realized that no matter how hard he tried, his innate status could not be changed. Yet Lucian's invitation still echoed in his mind. Do you want to be a knight? Like a lost man finding a light. Hugo struck his forehead to the ground, showing absolute submission from the bottom of his heart. If I could do it, I'd sell even my soul. Can I really become a knight? Lucian's gaze was steadfast and powerful. He affirmed, I swear on the honor of House Valdec, if one day you can attain an honor and integrity, you need not be ashamed of, Lucian straightened up, a radiant aura seeming to surround him as he declared, then that pitiable status of yours will not stand in the way. He smiled brightly and reached out toward Hugo. Hugo, do you want to live like a man instead of a tool? Hugo looked at that hand, his eyes filled with admiration and absolute loyalty. A few days later, under a clear blue sky, the Valdec family castle rose magnificent inside the great hall. The maids were buzzing with talk, all eyes curiously fixed on the stranger standing beside the young master. Lucian announced crisply, "Allow me to introduce him to everyone. He is a talent I hired from outside." The arrival of Hugo, the large, rugged-looking man, caused a small ripple of commotion. Lucian sat comfortably in his chair and ordered, "All right, you introduce yourself now." Hugo stood solemnly, his demeanor entirely different from the kneeling figure in that dark room. He declared clearly, "My name is Hugo. From today, I will serve the young master." Hugo smiled confidently and amicably, but to the servant to smile as a former criminal still had something unsettling about it. "It's a pleasure to work with you all." Inside the luxurious office, the atmosphere grew dense and extremely tense as Lucian summoned the staff here. In the posture of a superior, Lucian casually propped his feet on the table, his gaze not even bothering to glance over the subordinates, showing clear contempt. Dry applause rang out, cutting through the terrifying silence. Lucian spoke. "So the introductions are done." A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes, and the command was given decisively. "Summon the head maid here." The sudden request drained the attendant's color from his face. He stammered back, "You mean the head maid? Why are you suddenly calling her here?" Lucian only gave a cold laugh, his tone full of sarcasm as his finger casually gestured toward Hugo. "Why else? This man should greet her, of course." In Lucian's mind, Jenny appeared as an arrogant figure who always used her power to bully the weak. He thought to himself, "I won't let her scold me like last time, right? Better report to the busy head maid immediately." Lucian quietly observed the subordinates' reactions. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. These employees had crossed the line beyond what ordinary measures could handle. Naturally, the answer was plain to see. In their eyes, Lucian was a frayed rope they couldn't cling to. Silence filled the space, only the inanimate objects witnessing the suffocating atmosphere. Lucian told himself, "Then make them understand." The attendant stood respectfully before Lucian, trying to salvage the situation in an urgent tone. "Young master, please consider our circumstances." He waved his hands, attempting to blame circumstance as an excuse. "You know how it is, right? Young Master Geordie pays special attention to the headmaid. What right do we have?" Echoing that, complaints rose throughout the room. "He's right, please understand. Why are you deliberately pouring oil on the fire like this? We just want to live peacefully like before." Han could no longer tolerate those cowardly words. His face hardened, he ground his teeth in anger and shouted, "Wake up, all of you. Have you forgotten your duties? The master of this place is young Master Lucian, not the second young Master Geordie." Hugo, standing nearby, silently observed and then added, "Not the second young Master Geordie." Stepping forward, Hugo spoke with confident tone and a murderous edge. "Senior Han, entrust this matter to me." He smiled to Han, his eyes showing sharpness. His cutting words seemed beyond their comprehension. Turning to Lucian, Hugo said respectfully, "Young master, I know what must be done." Lucian raised an intrigued brow. "Oh, that quick?" Hugo's voice was cold, as if returning from the dead. "With those bastards who don't know their place, indoctrinating loyalty into their heads is very simple. I asked permission one last time. It might be a bit violent. I hope for your approval." Lucian smiled in satisfaction, his eyes showing approval. He mentally assessed, clearly sharp-minded. "This is the first reason I recruited Hugo." He felt lucky that such a strong card had chosen to stand with him. Hugo had only just started with the hallucinogenic drugs. If it progressed further, even he might not cope. Without hesitation, Lucian patted Hugo's shoulder. "Of course I permit you. That's exactly what I want." In the darkness, the images of Lucian and Hugo appeared sinister with eyes ablaze. Lucian's encouragement fanned the flame of the monster within his subordinate. "Don't worry, put on a spectacular show." "Yes, sir," Hugo responded. Meanwhile, the attendant began to feel a cold chill down his spine. His intuition warned him of something ominous. Hugo stepped forward, his large frame looming over the small servant, an invisible but extremely heavy pressure pressing down on the room. He stammered in thought, "Why does he look so big?" Fear began to seize his mind. Up close he seemed even larger. Why does he look so fierce? Still, the attendant tried to steel himself with hollow courage. "There's nothing to fear. This guy's just a street thug after all. Recovering a futile semblance of courage, he arrogantly raised his chin. Hey, it seems you don't know the situation here. Be smart and pick the right side. Do you know how ruthless young Master Jordy is? The advantage has belonged to him for a long time. He still didn't realize he was playing with fire. Hugo looked at the steward with utter contempt, but the man only gave a faint smile. You're not the sort to risk your life for a few coins, are you? He had no idea Hugo's fist was ready to explode. Hugo stood towering in the shadows, only his pale eyes visible, and coldly uttered a line that made the other go limp with fear. What a pathetic dog's words. The attendant asked back with a stupid look. What? What did you say? A thunderous punch landed squarely on the attendant's face, choking off his words with the sound of bones shattering. The blow carried the force of 1,000 pounds, not only felling the insolent man, but making the surrounding air seem to explode. The crowd below was horrified beyond belief. They never expected Hugo to dare act so brutally in front of everyone. The steward flew like a plucked bird, while Lucian casually whistled, his face showing the enjoyment of watching a good play. Hugo stood there towering and motionless like a war god who had just executed justice. The man who had been arrogant moments before now lay flat on the floor, his face swollen, bloodied, and barely breathing. The price for stupidity and betrayal was unbearably high. This was a lesson visible to anyone who considered similar actions. The other servants trembled. One pointed at Hugo with a look of disbelief. Panic-stricken shouts rang out. What is that? Using violence? They still clung to their imagined power. Even if he was brought here by the young master. Do you think you have the right to do that? Hugo stood proud, eyes closed with confidence, and curled a lip as he declared with authority. Power I have in abundance, because I'm an expert at disciplining those miserable bastards. The declaration hung over the servants like a death sentence, and the atmosphere instantly became strangely quiet. The attendant moaned in pain, trying to crawl up from the wreckage of his pride, his face distorted. Suddenly, all eyes turned toward the door. Let me go, I said let me go. Jenny was dragged sloppily into the room, shouting without stop. Jenny glared at the servants holding her, her face flushed with anger. She still hadn't grasped the situation, still trying to act superior. Do you think you can get away with this? The servant snapped, seeming to have begun fearing Lucian's authority. Shut up and come along. Haven't you realized the situation yet? Jenny was shoved to the floor. When she looked up, she was stunned by the scene before her. You dare speak to me like that? She was about to scold, but the words choked off. I'll make you pay for what you have. Jenny's threat was cut off by a rising terror. Before her, all the haughty servants were now kneeling at Lucian's feet like devout sheep. Every face showed worry and fear. A trembling voice rang out, breaking the tense silence. Young Master Lucian, by your order, I have brought the head maid Jenny here. The report rang out clearly, marking the complete collapse of Jenny's faction. Lucian remained standing there, his back to everyone like a lord savoring victory in the dark. A faint smile played on his lips as he turned and waved. So she's here? Looking at Jenny kneeling on the floor between two servants, Lucian said nonchalantly, I only told them to call you here. But it seems everyone got a bit overexcited, didn't they? Jenny ground her teeth, eyes like she wanted to tear Lucian apart. She still couldn't believe she had sunk so low, screaming in despair. What is this? Do you think you can get away with this? If you think you can intimidate me, you're greatly mistaken. Young Master Jordy will never let this pass. At this point, Jenny still tried to pull Jordy out as a final shield and negotiate foolishly. If you stop now, I'll consider today's matter finished. Lucian scoffed. Oh, finished is it? Lucian's hand brushed lightly over the leather whip, a small gesture carrying a cruel message. This is only the beginning. Lucian picked up the whip, fondling it like a toy, and stared at Jenny with the eyes of a hunter. Say what you have to say, headmaid. For today you will die here. Lucian stood in the shadows, his yellow eyes blazing with killing intent, the leather whip ready in his hand. Execution. Throughout history, this has been the clearest and most effective means of deterrence. This method is considered morally acceptable in a society that worships discipline and absolute obedience, while clearly identifying the target. When justice is carried out publicly beneath a sharp blade, there is no hesitation in choosing who must be punished. This means it's unnecessary to purge the entire ranks. Inside the luxurious mansion, The atmosphere was thick with tension. Lucian stood there, the leather whip in his hand, facing head-maid Jenny. Both remained motionless in confrontation. One side the overwhelming authority of the master, the other the stubborn grit of a servant. Jenny looked at Lucian with eyes full of hatred and defiance, as if she knew nothing of fear. In response, Lucian cast her a hollow, murderous glance. He thought to himself, acting like this is enough. Lucian tightened his grip on the whip's handle, resolved. Even today, I must force the Grand Duke to see with his own eyes that the incompetent third young master of old is completely gone. Without hesitation, Lucian decisively pointed. A servant immediately stepped forward, while Jenny stood stunned, not yet able to adapt to the sudden change in the young master who had been scorned. On command, the servant rushed up and seized her. With a rough shove, Jenny was forced down and made to kneel on the floor in a pitiful manner. Held firmly by the household staff, Jenny looked up at Lucian, standing above, the leather whip poised in his hand like death deciding her fate. Still, she tried to maintain her usual arrogance. Young master, I advise you to think carefully before you act. Do you really intend to take my life? She immediately pulled out Geordie as a shield to threaten. If you harm me, even a scratch, do you think young Master Geordie will easily let this go? Seeing Lucian silent, Jenny pressed on. Moreover, my mother raised young Master Geordie since childhood, and as the foster mother's daughter, I'm practically his sister. Lucian cut her off coldly, his eyes revealing disgust. Is that all you have to say? This is probably your last chance. Are you still going to repeat those meaningless words? He curled his lip, mocking the pitiful figure kneeling at his feet. Wouldn't it be pathetic if, before you die, all you can do is scream my elder brother's name? Jenny's confidence began to waver violently. Lucian challenged her to play her final card. If you have any backup plan, bring it out now. In the suffocating silence of a room, Jenny's voice grew weak. She tried to cling to that powerful name. I only want to say that young Master Geordie will. Lucian leaned close to her face, his voice low and threatening, cutting off her thoughts. Hey, headmaid, you seem to be gravely mistaken. I have every reason to kill you. He coldly listed a series of charges, from insubordination to negligence in duty, incitement to embezzlement, and more. Don't think that sharing the same milk means you can forget your lowly status. Lucian added a devastating psychological blow. Do you really think the name Geordie you keep screaming will save you? Jenny's eyes now filled with terror as she realized Geordie was no longer a safe talisman. Lucian calmly analyzed. At most he'll scold me a few words, but if my father intervenes, even he would be helpless. He gave a malicious smile and continued. Perhaps he'll think I'm properly disciplining an unruly horse, or he might even reward me for it. Those words completely shattered Jenny. Lucian added, Geordie is nothing special, just one of the heirs, just like the one standing before you, he said, his cold gaze recalling an earlier warning. I already gave you a chance, didn't I? Jenny remembered her triumphant smile when Lucian warned her before. Now it was nothing but belated regret. This situation was brought on by herself. Fear took over, her hands trembling uncontrollably, with no strength left to resist. She began to abase herself, begging in desperation. I know my fault. Young master, please spare my life. Lucian only gave a slight smile, a smile devoid of warmth. In the blood-red light pouring from the doorway, Lucian's shadow raised the whip high, preparing to deliver the final punishment. He coldly declared, Blame your fate. Each crack rang through the room, followed by splatters of blood across the cold floor. Contrasting the horror inside, the exterior of the mansion remained deceptively peaceful beneath the clear blue sky. Geordie and the household staff were sprinting through the corridors, trying to stop the worst from happening. Geordie's face showed utter panic. This can't be. This shouldn't have come to this. He couldn't believe the change in his younger brother. Just days ago, he had been driven to the edge by Jenny and had to flee. Now, suddenly he's declared he wants to kill. What on earth is going on? In doubt, he told himself. And there's more to be suspicious of. Expecting something like this, I sent people to watch Lucian's mansion. He wondered why no one intervened. How could the servant have failed to stop Lucian? Standing at the main hall door, Geordie gasped. Even though I prepared to deal with this, things still went beyond control. This means he has taken control of all the servants. A subordinate running beside him tried to reassure him. Young master, this report must be mistaken. You need to stay calm first. Yes, With that person's nature, he couldn't possibly harm anyone. For him, young Master Geordie is the most fearsome. They believed Lucian's fear of Geordie remained. Geordie comforted himself. Right, this situation is indeed very strange. But Geordie's expression suddenly went blank when he heard a wretched scream from the other side of the door. Without hesitation, he flung the door open and rushed in. The first image to strike Geordie's eyes was drops of bright red blood dripping from the whip in Lucian's hand. He was stunned to see Lucian standing casually beside Jenny, collapsed in a pool of blood. Her back was shredded by the lashes, blood seeping through the maid's uniform. Geordie's rage peaked as he saw his close one brutally tortured. He bellowed, "What madness are you playing at?" Lucian turned calmly, offering a welcoming smile as if nothing had happened. "Brother, have you come for something?" Then he coldly brushed him off. "Sorry, I'm busy right now. Come back another time. Today I must pull this thorn from my eye." Geordie paid no heed and immediately ordered his guard. "Hugo, help her up." Hugo replied respectfully, "At your command, young master." Geordie continued to shout, ordering his men to rush in. "Oliver, Gert, go take Jenny back here at once." Geordie's men all lunged toward Jenny, disregarding Lucian's presence. At that moment, Lucian quietly called Hugo's name with an impassive face. "If anyone dares to come within 3 steps of us, behead this headmaid. I'll bear all consequences afterward." No sooner had he finished than Hugo pressed his sword to Jenny's throat on his master's orders. Lucian glared, adding a terrifying warning. "Don't let anyone leave here intact." Geordie's men froze, not daring to take another step. Hugo tightened his hand on the sword, ready to carry out the command. "Rest assured, master. I understand." The keen blade touched skin. A single movement would be enough to end her life. Jenny screamed through her tears. "Young Master Geordie!" Geordie tried to assert his authority to force Hugo. "Put the knife down at once. If you dare disobey me now, not only you, but your whole family will be beheaded and hung on the wall as a warning." Contrary to that threat, Hugo replied calmly, "I cannot obey." Geordie was stunned. "What?" Hugo declared firmly. "I serve only young Master Lucian. I have no reason to follow orders from anyone who is not my master. No matter the consequences, if it's my master's command, I am obliged to carry it out." Geordie trembled with anger, his fists clenched white, veins bulging. He turned to confront Lucian. "Lucian, what crime did Jenny commit to deserve such a harsh punishment?" Lucian indifferently listed the charges in an even tone. "Insulting superiors, defying orders, embezzling funds. I'm merely delivering appropriate punishment." Looking at Geordie coldly, Lucian countered pointedly. "You're the one who should know this best, aren't you?" Geordie ground his teeth, his face twisted by the exposed truth, and above all, the humiliating loss of standing before the brother he once despised. In the dim, gloomy room, a faint greenish light fell from behind, accentuating the lonely yet authoritative presence of the luxurious chair placed at its center. It symbolized the position everyone coveted. First was the eldest son, Tristan Valdec. Next was the second, Geordie Valdec, who held real power and did not hesitate to use cruel tactics to consolidate his position. Power in the family was clearly split between their factions. For Geordie, before the day of judgment comes, strengthening his faction's power was the supreme priority. He could not afford mistakes. Yet Geordie's schemes were rapidly unraveling. Not long ago, Lucian had publicly embarrassed him, resulting bitterly in the dismissal of Sir Hendrik, losing a powerful right-hand man. With everything boiling over like this, if he couldn't secure Jenny, such an important pawn, this would be a direct signal of failure to his followers. And it would certainly mark the beginning of cracks of suspicion within his own faction. Geordie stood motionless in the darkness, sensing events slipping out of his control. His ringed hand clenched, veins standing out with restrained fury. In short, this was a complete dead end. With no way out, Geordie had to back down, his voice hissing through his teeth. "You win. Stand down." Hearing the order, Geordie's men froze in place. Hans stood rooted to the spot, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. Opposite him, Hugo, face cold, still held the knife to Jenny's throat, the girl trembling with sheer terror. Lucian remained motionless, his composure unnaturally serene. He slowly turned back, a sardonic half-smile appearing. "How laughable. You think a single word can make everything end so easily?" after trampling on someone else's precious life? Lucian's gaze skimmed the crumpled paper lying lonely on the floor, then fixed on Geordie as he continued. You two think your tongues are golden, so everyone must believe you. These nobles are such a nuisance. Immediately after, he shifted his attitude with dizzying speed, feigning innocence. Brother, what are you talking about? What victory? Geordie grimaced, unable to hide his displeasure and anger at that flippant tone. I'm only fulfilling my duty as the third young master. Besides, this is a fault that cannot escape punishment. Lucian turned away, his voice growing icy. If this is allowed to pass as if nothing happened, how do you think others will perceive it? But since the elder brother I respect has spoken so seriously, I also want to end this matter here. Then a knowing, satisfied smile spread across Lucian's face. He looked up, eyes blazing with defiance. It totally lacks legitimacy. Geordie tightened his trembling hand in anger. He could no longer endure the evasion and spoke through clenched teeth. Grinding his teeth, no more beating around the bush. I want a decisive answer. What do you actually want? Lucian replied calmly. Under the old rules, anyone who dares touch another's property generally faces the same punishment. He lifted the leather whip slightly. Seeing that, Jenny shrank in fear, her face streaming with tears. Lucian declared coldly, they must compensate several times the value taken. At those words, Geordie's expression changed. He immediately realized Lucian was aiming at his purse, nothing else. Cold sweat broke out on the second young master's brow. His face grew extremely tense. Lucian made a money sign with his hand, smiling brightly but with ruthless calculation. In your case, brother, you surely know that figure well, don't you? At the Valdec family's main residence, Sigmund stood motionless by the large window, listening to Steward Edwin's report. His face betrayed no emotion, but the dignity of the patriarch was present in every breath. Edwin bowed respectfully. Therefore, the matter has been concluded as such. Sigmund took the report, his sharp eyes scanning the lines before asking to confirm. Steward, is this report accurate? Edwin calmly placed his hand on his chest, speaking with certainty. I personally investigated this, my lord. Young Master Geordie paid young Master Lucian under the pretense of compensation fees, a total amount 10 times the original figure. As for young Master Lucian, he brought in an outsider named Hugo to swiftly purge the spy network in the logging district. Sigmund sat down, listening pensively. The result is that the logging operations of the third young master, those areas, are now controlled more tightly than anywhere else. After hearing the report, Sigmund turned back to the window, his reflection faint on the glass. A slight, suggestive smile appeared on the patriarch's face. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Comain, Lucian entered the room, confident yet still observing proper etiquette. I heard father has summoned me. Sigmund turned, his gaze appraising his third son. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy as father and son faced each other. Lucian thought to himself, strange, that look in his eyes feels a little different than before. Sigmund broke the silence. It seems you've been causing quite a few serious troubles lately, haven't you? Lucian smiled and replied lightly, not that serious yet, sir. I merely disciplined a servant whose master couldn't control him. But in the end, I did embarrass my elder brother. Sigmund regarded Lucian sternly. This will certainly breed resentment. Are you sure you can bear the consequences? Lucian answered crisply, without hesitation. I am willing to accept any consequences. I am only restoring order and hierarchy. Lucian's face brightened, a confident smile appearing. If even necessary duties are shirked for fear of consequences, what meaning does the name Valdec hold? Sigmund looked at his son, expression unchanged, and remarked calmly, you choose to act only when it won't tarnish the family's reputation. Hearing this, he closed his eyes, smiled faintly, and continued, if Geordie continues to provoke you, counterattack is your right. But his voice then dropped, laden with weight. If that clash exceeds acceptable limits, then I will side with Geordie regardless of who is right or wrong. Hearing that, Lucian startled, eyes wide in surprise, and asked awkwardly, Father, what do you mean by that? Sigmund replied matter-of-factly, as if stating an obvious truth. What's there to be surprised about? Although Geordie can be hot-headed, the achievements he brings to the family are significant. Unlike you, who let a year slip by aimlessly. As patriarch, choosing those who contribute to the family is only natural. He paused thoughtfully, then smiled with renewed resolve. Those words, if I understand correctly, suggest that you should surpass your elder brothers, accumulate power, and bring benefits to the family. Then you will receive the answer to your own question. Sigmund looked at his son, challengingly. Exactly. Lucian realized inwardly. The point was to deliberately apply pressure to force him to act. And if someone speaks so decisively, it means the air structure is near resolution. Looking at his father's broad back, Lucian smiled inwardly. That's why, before it's too late, they wanted to urge him to seize the opportunity quickly. Is that always a father's role? Lucian had made up his mind. He slowly drew a prepared letter from his breast and placed it forcefully on the table, then said, Father, may I speak frankly? If I tell you I've already prepared a move, what do you think? Lucian smiled brightly with confidence. Moreover, it's a major move. In the patriarch's study, the air suddenly thickened, tension peaking as Lucian presented an important report. The paper in Sigmund's hand was gripped so tightly it crumpled, reflecting the rage boiling inside him. The force behind that hand was so strong it seemed he wanted to crush the person named on the page immediately. Sigmund's low, overwhelmingly authoritative voice cut through the silence. Is this report true? Facing his father's crushing presence, Lucian remained unflinching, his gaze steady as he answered directly. If this is fabricated for glory, expose it now. It's true, there is no falsehood. He paused a beat, then continued to reveal. I captured an informant who was operating to distribute pharmaceuticals under the orders of Baron Logan's family. His voice was steel-strong with confidence. You may verify it right now, Father. Immediately, a terrifying pressure exploded from Sigmund, shaking the entire room. The lion's fury of House Valdek was truly awakened. He roared the enemy's name, his eyes blazing. That shameless Baron! Sigmund seethed with rage, his shout rolling like thunder. How dare he defile Valdek's territory? Lucian stood under that storm of presence, sweat streaming down his face. Inwardly, he trembled. The pressure was suffocating. This was the Empire's sword, the patriarch of House Valdek. At this rate, I'd be the one in trouble first. Struggling to steady his mind, Lucian boldly spoke to pull his father back from the rage. Father, may I presumptuously say a few more words? When the oppressive air eased slightly, Lucian began to analyze the situation. Even if we report this to His Majesty, Baron Logan's family will surely sacrifice a pawn to save themselves. He went on to expose the enemy's subtle methods, while Sigmund gradually fell silent, listening intently. Because all interventions go through merchant guilds under their control, formally there will be no direct traces of involvement. Lucian pondered. Moreover, if we deliberately dig deeper, he delivered a sharp conclusion. His Majesty is always wary of factional disputes, so in the end he will step in to mediate. Sigmund thought to himself about its capacity to assess the situation. He stood in a contemplative pose, hand to his chin, acknowledging a harsh reality. In other words, though they cause serious trouble for House Valdek, they'll only lose some money and the matter will be dropped. But then Lucian's tone shifted abruptly, becoming cold and ruthless. At minimum, we should take an arm from them. Only then is it just. The room fell silent. Sigmund regarded his son with a new look. He slowly sat down, fully reclaiming his imposing aura. With keen interest, Sigmund asked, Explain clearly. What is your intention? Lucian smiled confidently. How do we make sure they cannot escape? I already have that in my hand. Recalling the sight of Hugo and his men subdued, kneeling on the wooden floor, he began to recount. Not long ago, an informant came to surrender to me. Though he held no title, Logan trusted him deeply, and he rose to a senior officer position. Hearing this, Sigmund suddenly remembered Steward Edwin's earlier report. Lucian had captured an outsider named Hugo. He thought to himself, so the Hugo the steward mentioned was this informant. Could he have foreseen the situation? Fingers tapping the table in a thoughtful rhythm, Sigmund asked directly, Do you intend to use the traitor to turn their own trick against them? Yes. Lucian answered immediately. They will find it hard to suspect that another senior officer would betray them. He further explained his trap. I arranged for them to believe the plan was progressing smoothly, so that soon Logan's key figure would be forced to step forward personally. Sigmund silently judged. This is not an ordinary plan. However, with the seasoned experience of a patriarch, he still perceived potential risks. He stroked his beard, looked at Lucian with sharp eyes and pointed out, "However, your plan has a major flaw. You're betting everything on a single variable, the traitor from that slum." His tone grew stern as a warning. "Lands and titles may change, but nature is hard to alter. Lucian, you must engrave this on your heart. Never accompany, not even half a step, someone who is untrustworthy." Hearing his father's admonition, Lucian merely smiled faintly, a smile full of implication. "It's not that I trust him. I'm betting on his desire." Sigmund asked, slightly surprised. "Desire?" He explained calmly. "He said he wants to become a knight and be renowned across the empire, to etch his name into history. That's the burning ambition of someone born at the bottom of society." Sigmund scoffed, showing contempt. Such words betray a lack of self-awareness. But Lucian immediately continued, his eyes lighting with fierce conviction. "But as a man, that's a dream anyone would crave to madness." He looked straight at his father. "I will place my faith in that very dream," he thought to himself, "just like I was in my previous life." Sigmund narrowed his eyes, feigning displeasure to test his son. "That reason sounds awfully sentimental. If he ruins everything, what do you intend to do?" Faced with the question, Lucian remained calm, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. "If that happens, I will not shirk responsibility. Even if I must offer my own head as payment, I accept it." Hearing that bold answer, the corner of Sigmund's mouth lifted slightly in approval. He leaned back in his chair and laughed heartily, breaking the tense atmosphere. Then he looked at Lucian with recognition. "When your health recovers, go to the training yard. I will teach you the heart sword technique." His voice rang solemnly like a vow. "From this moment, you are also one of the candidates to succeed as head of the house." The scene shifted. The Valdec Manor stood splendid beneath a deep blue sky, then gradually changed as night fell. Pale moonlight streamed through the windows, casting the manor in a quiet, majestic hush. In a library, Sigmund sat calmly reading. Steward Edwin stood respectfully behind him. He bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. "It's utterly shameful, Master, for such things to happen in Kelheim, the heart of Valdec." "Enough." Sigmund closed the book, cutting off the old steward. He turned to Edwin and said calmly, "I was the one who made you focus on the border issues. I know well that alone has drained your strength." He added, his tone somewhat modest about his son's exploits. That the third son discovered this first was perhaps merely due to luck. Edwin continued analyzing the enemy. "His aim isn't wealth or expanding power. It's clearly to tarnish your honor." Sigmund nodded in agreement. "He intends to use this as a pretext to make a scene before His Majesty." He smirked. Clearly, knowing how the Empire stands, bearing the title of Baron, yet only concerned with one's own skin. Pausing, he narrowed his eyes and thought. More importantly, what kind of man is this Hugo who follows that brat? Edwin reported the findings of his investigation. On the surface, he's known as a thug running a gambling den. But in reality, he's the leader of a rising organization that terrifies the entire underworld. The steward added, "He doesn't look like someone who would bow under another's command, yet the young master personally sought him out and subjugated him as a subordinate. Lucian's transformation even astonishes me." "Maturation?" Sigmund murmured, his gaze distant. He knew well the type of man Hugo was. Someone who'd scraped along the edge of life and death. A figure who'd made a name for himself in the treacherous, brutal underworld. If he only believed in those empty promises about fulfilling dreams, he would have been trampled long ago. Sigmund assessed sharply. He has seen Lucian's potential. In Hugo's eyes, Lucian is more than just a young noble. The image of Hugo standing with his back turned, looking toward the star-like light, appeared in Sigmund's mind. It was a reverence for the figure of a lord worthy enough for him to stake his life upon. Sigmund turned to Edwin and made a decisive decision. "Although it's a bit earlier than planned, since he has proven his ability, I will pave the way for him." Edwin, surprised, asked, "You mean that from tomorrow we will teach him the family's secret techniques?" Edwin smiled and replied, "That is a wise decision, sir. Have you chosen who will instruct the young master in swordsmanship?" Sigmund solemnly spoke a weighty name. "I will ask Knight Eisen." A flicker of surprise crossed Edwin's face. He said with concern, "It's a pity to trouble him in his final years of rest." At that moment, elsewhere, a pillar of blue energy shot straight into the night sky, tearing through the dense mist as surging power announced the arrival of a figure of great stature. Sigmund smiled knowingly. but it will certainly be a meaningful time for him. Night fell over the magnificent Valdec Manor. The full moon cast its pale light upon the white stone walls. However, contrary to the outward calm, a shocked cry rang through the corridor. "Is that true?" Han, tears in his eyes and his face contorted in disbelief, stammered, "What you just said? You aren't joking, are you?" Lucian remained silent as the panicked servant pressed close to his face. Unable to contain himself, Han shouted, "Have you really become an official candidate for succession?" Han's hands trembled as he grabbed Lucian and shook him as if to wake him from a dream. Lucian sighed, shaking his head. "How many times must I tell you before you believe me?" Han, helpless, turned to the large man beside them for help. "Hugo, do something about this kid." Immediately, a large hand touched Han and lifted him off the ground as if he were a kitten. A steady, deep voice rang out, "Elder, please calm down." Keeping a cold expression, Hugo analyzed the situation logically. Given the young master's qualities, isn't this a natural step? Moreover, considering the path he will take in the future. Hugo continued, leaving Han dumbfounded. It would be unfortunate if a senior, his right-hand man, were shocked by this. Han blinked in amazement and asked, "What?" He pointed at his own face, eyes wide with astonishment. "Me, the right-hand man?" His eyes began to glisten as emotion welled up. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a broad grin. "Praised," Han wriggled in Hugo's arms, his tone shifting 180 degrees. "Oh heavens, come on, what are you saying? Right-hand man." He giggled as he added, "Of course, I've served the young master the longest, but I still have many shortcomings. Besides, with an outstanding talent like you here, Junior, how could I dare accept such a title?" Lucian watched the humorous scene, Hugo flattering with modesty, just like Elder Han. Meanwhile, Han continued teasing Hugo. "Why do you keep doing that? Left-hand man, Junior Hugo." Lucian smiled in satisfaction, his eyes showing trust. "Hugo, hired men with experience truly are different." Regaining seriousness, Lucian affirmed, "What Hugo said is not wrong. Before this is officially announced within the house, telling just the two of you follows the same logic." Lucian's gaze grew serious as he began to analyze his companions. He looked at Han, judging silently. Han is timid, and his inherent weakness could become a liability. However, he truly cares for me and has the perseverance to stand by my side, even in the worst conditions. In Lucian's mind, he saw Han's future. That's why, if he accumulates experience and matures into someone capable of handling internal affairs, he will become a more reliable rear than anyone else. Lucian's gaze shifted to Hugo. There was no doubt about Hugo's capabilities. Seeing the warrior's imposing stance, Lucian thought, I only need to open the path for him to become a knight. Only then can I fully harness Hugo's abilities. A glorious vision emerged. Hugo in gleaming armor, becoming a knight who serves me, a sharp sword for the future. Lucian set his goal clearly. Now is the time to favor quality over quantity. The image of the three of them, standing proud beneath the dawn, was a promise. One by one, I only need to build them correctly. Returning to the present, Lucian smiled at his two trusted subordinates. From now on, it will be very busy. The vast room grew warmer with the determination of the three. Hugo and Han listened intently to every word of their master. Lucian continued, The road ahead is a journey I cannot traverse alone. He reached his hand toward them, his gaze sincere. And it can only be completed with you. Hugo placed his fist over his left chest and bowed with deep respect. I will not disappoint you, young master. Han clenched his hand and shouted with vigor. Yes, young master. Leave it to us. Time passed. At the castle's sword training yard, inside the vast, silent hall, the sound of footsteps rang out steadily. Lucian stood alone at the center of the training ground, sunlight streaming through the tall glass panes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. Memories of his previous life surged back, the image of a lone traveler wandering among frozen, snowy mountains. Lucian narrated his past life. I scoured every corner of the continent searching for a single thing. By the flickering campfire in the winter night, that traveler was consumed by one longing. The martial essence of the ancestors, the thing said to elevate the sword's realm, namely, sword knowledge. Lucian recalled his burning desire, and among it was a higher tier, the advanced sword knowledge, but the reality was brutal. Holding the tattered map in his hands, he bitterly thought, after suffering like a dog, what I gained was not the advanced sword knowledge I longed for, nor was it the mid-tier sword knowledge that only knight captains could learn, but a downgraded version used by apprentice knights. Books lay scattered across the old wooden floor. Even sword knowledge wasn't something someone without noble blood could easily attain. The Lucian of the past, with a face full of scars, held the book like a treasure. Merely having the chance to learn a sword knowledge as a lowly mercenary was a godsend. But that fortune wasn't enough to save the unit. Amid a battlefield piled with corpses, he stood powerless. Those who were once no match for me, after learning higher knowledge, utterly overwhelmed me. And every time I failed to protect my comrades because of that, a hand reached up in despair through the pitch-black night. I was tormented by an intense thirst and craving for sword knowledge. Back in the present, Lucian's pale hand clenched tightly with resolve. The opportunity has arrived. For someone like me, an unexpected chance has appeared. His golden eyes snapped open, blazing. It was something reserved for the Valdec heir and the most trusted retainers. Ancient sword knowledge that far surpassed even advanced sword doctrines. His heart pounded at the thought. The chance to learn the Master Heart Sword. He couldn't hide his excitement. Lucian clenched his fists. How incredible must this sword art be? Suddenly he was startled to realize he was giddy like a child. He placed a hand on his chest and tried to steady his breathing. I'm overly tense before it even begins. Glancing around the empty hall, he muttered, there's still some time before sword training. I'm so excited I've been pacing here since dawn. Deciding not to waste time, he sat on the floor. It's best to calm myself by circulating chi before the lesson. Lucian began to enter a meditative state. In his previous life, there had been no formal system. I learned swordsmanship by stealing techniques or collecting scraps of knowledge, so I didn't even have anyone to call a master. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. Being reborn into a second life truly is something wonderful. He sat there silent and solitary in the hall filled with light. From above, through the patterns of the stone balustrade, someone watched him. The sky outside was deep blue, white birds circling freely. A long shadow fell across the stone floor, heralding the arrival of an important figure. On the high balcony, a man stood silently observing Lucian meditating below. He was an old man with white hair and beard, eyes sharp with experience. Stroking his beard, he remarked, it's been quite some time, yet he hasn't wavered even a bit. Recalling their previous meeting, Lucian had always been timid, clinging to his late mother's side. He thought to himself, has something given him a push? I no longer see the weak image he once was. Below, Lucian remained immersed in absolute focus, unaware he was being watched. In another luxurious room, Sigmund and the old man sat drinking. Sigmund spoke. Sir Eisen, could you become Lucian's sword instructor? Sigmund's hand gently swirled a glass of deep red wine. I had thought there was no hope left. He stroked his chin in thought. But looking again, there are very notable aspects. Eisen raised his glass and drank. It will also serve as a brief amusement for me, sir. Gazing at his reflection in the wine, Eisen continued, if you say so, then his talent must be no small matter. Sigmund chuckled lightly. Talent, you say? What did you say? His eyes flashed with interest. More than that, the mindset is what surprises me. Eisen fell silent and listened as Sigmund concluded. You will understand when you see for yourself. Back in the present, Eisen stood on the balcony, looking down at the teenager meditating. A look of keen interest crossed the legendary swordsman's aged face. He was none other than the Sword Saint Eisenbreitner. Sword Saint, a title that echoed across the world, evoking absolute reverence. It is the supreme designation for one who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a transcendent who has completed awakening and reached the limit of chi. A supreme title granted to one who has ascended to the summit of the swordcraft. A rare existence even in the long history of the Empire. In the eyes of those who pursue the way of the sword, he was akin to a god. Lucian stood motionless in the hall, unable to believe his eyes as a living legend stood right before him. The man before him was Sword Saint Eisenbreitner. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. It's been years since the Grand Duke's birthday. Good to see you again, young master. It's an honor to be taught by the Sword Saint. I'll look forward to your guidance and instruction. Eisen smiled and waved modestly. I'm just an old man hiding behind a title that means little now. He looked at Lucian with a touch of scrutiny. Besides, you're the candidate for the next head of the house. Why bow so readily? Lucian lifted his head and answered seriously. Though I cannot diminish the family standing, how could I ignore basic propriety? His eyes shone with absolute sincerity. Regardless of master and servant, you are someone worthy of respect. Aizen froze for a moment at the young master's humility, then laughed in approval. If you're that determined, then do whatever makes you comfortable, young master. Thank you for understanding. Without further delay, Aizen moved on to the main task. Then let's begin training immediately. Lucian replied at once. Yes, I'm ready. The Sword Saint pointed toward the sunlit main door. Young master, we'll start with laps around the outdoor training yard. Lucian immediately took a ready stance. He spun around and asked his teacher, shall I start right now? Aizen hurriedly stopped him. Wait, young master. Seeing Lucian look puzzled and ask, yes? Is something wrong? He then questioned. You have no questions? Why run? How far must you run? Or what is the meaning behind this? Lucian smiled and answered. I'm curious, but isn't it because it's necessary that you requested it? Surely there's a reason you didn't explain. As a student, one should simply obey the master. Aizen privately assessed that reaction in those eyes were different from other young masters. This child held a pure admiration for the sword. He smiled in satisfaction. Now I understand the Grand Duke's intent. Very well, young master. Let's begin. At the signal, Lucian sprinted off eagerly toward the main door leading to the training yard. Beneath the bright sun, he started his first laps while Aizen stood on the steps observing. Lucian kept a steady pace, his face set with determination, each footfall striking the ground evenly and powerfully. As he ran, he pondered, there's actually another reason I followed his order without asking. Because I guessed the true purpose of this running. He's testing the disciple's temperament. In other words, measuring my potential. In his mind, the image of a sprout stretching upward came vividly to life. Lucian recalled his previous life. Back when I was a mercenary captain, I used similar methods. When assigning a seemingly trivial task to a recruit, simply watching their reactions and attitudes could reveal a great deal. Returning to the present, Lucian ran past the spot where Aizen stood with a resolute look. I've shown my mindset with a decent answer, so now only one thing remains. Endurance. I'll run until I faint. An hour later, the more he ran, the more Lucian noticed something strange. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. I've been running at full effort and don't feel tired at all. He could clearly sense a change within. The more he ran, the lighter his body became. All I did to restore my body was drink a few mass-produced Nita vials. The only exercise was strolling. How can it be like this? He ran past Aizen once more without any drop in speed. The Sword Saint watched intently, his mind conflicted. I only told him to run to check his general condition, so I didn't expect much of his endurance. But this is absurd. Not a single drop of sweat falls. His breathing is as calm as a still lake. Even a knight who has trained mana for years would struggle to maintain such composure. Aizen's hand unconsciously tightened on his robe at the unbelievable phenomenon. He froze as a realization struck. Could it be? The image of Lucian meditating that morning flashed through his mind. The training yard seemed to reel from that shocking discovery. Aizen hurried forward, shouting, Stop! Running here is enough. Lucian halted and turned, asking nonchalantly as if he hadn't exerted himself. Yes? Is something the matter? Aizen stared at him. You're even using mana? Young master, let me ask you one thing. This morning, the way you calmed yourself and regulated your body, was that circulating chi rather than mere meditation? Lucian replied calmly. If you mean what happened in the indoor training yard, then yes, I did circulate chi as you said. I find nothing better for clearing the mind. Aizen broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, my guess was correct. He stepped forward and grasped the boy's hand, his voice urgent. Excuse my rudeness, I want to check your body's condition. Do not move even if it feels a little strange. A stream of blue mana began to flow from his hand into Lucian's. The surging energy illuminated the network of mana channels within the youth's body. Aizen's eyes widened in utter astonishment. He was stunned by what he sensed, a flawless mana flow appearing in his mind. I suspected it, but you have reached the mana limit identical to mine. He made the shocking assessment. However, this is not the end. It surpasses the realm I achieved. Before Aizen's eyes, Lucian seemed to stand within a colossal pillar of light. This child was opening a new path. In a vast, light-filled hall of the training complex, Lucian stood opposite Aizen. The old swordsman carefully held the third young master's hand, his face solemn as he probed for something abnormal within the young man's body. After a thorough check, Aizen released Lucian's hand. His fingers still tingled from the astonishment they had felt. His hand trembled slightly, unable to hide his shock. Then he looked up and pressed, "Third young master, what is this?" Since when? In response to Aizen's bewilderment, Lucian remained calm and raised his eyes to look at his teacher. Unable to contain his curiosity, Aizen stared straight into Lucian's eyes and asked, "When did you reach the supreme realm of mana circulation?" Lucian asked back in puzzlement. "Huh? The supreme realm? What do you mean?" Aizen continued, "I just examined the young master's bodily condition. Outside, the sky remained clear and sunlight illuminated the training grounds." Aizen looked at his hand and declared confidently, "Your mana purity is as white as snow. Unmistakable." Aizen's words rang out against the backdrop of a churning stream, symbolizing powerful inner strength. "Moreover, your body has self-adjusted to maximize mana efficiency to the extreme. One could say it is in its most perfect state." He likened that operation vividly. The energy circulating continuously like a water wheel. This is something masters spend their whole lives training for, and only a few ever reach this realm. Lucian listened, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "I had some vague idea, but I didn't expect his body to be nearly perfect like this." Lucian also remembered when he drank the Nida, this substance called Na, and felt something similar. If that's the case, I don't need to hide anything anymore, because I have many questions about my own body, and those are issues only someone at the Sword Saint level can answer. Aizen stood listening, waiting expectantly with a serious expression. Lucian looked straight at the old swordsman and revealed the truth. "If you want the answer, I began circulating mana about a month ago. My mana channels had already been opened before." Upon hearing the answer, Aizen's eyes widened in astonishment. "I've heard circulating causes pain and blockage, but with you, there was none of that sensation at all." Aizen's silhouette appeared as he sank into thought. This truly exceeded my imagination. It would have taken me decades of hard training to reach this realm. Perhaps the legends of ancient swordsmen cutting mountains and damming rivers are true after all. He then returned to the main topic. "Third young master, forgive me for asking something so impertinent." Aizen hesitated, but finally voiced the concern that had been weighing on him about the Valdek airship. "You don't intend to give it up, do you?" A breeze swept by, sending leaves up into the deep blue sky, carrying Lucian's astonishment with them. Lucian looked startled and surprised, exclaiming in confusion, "Sir Aizen, what do you mean? You want me to give up the airship?" He panicked and checked his body. "Is there something wrong with my body? For example, would I be unable to learn swordsmanship or use mana, and thus be in danger?" Aizen's reply rang out, completely opposite to Lucian's fears. Quite the contrary. Lucian froze. Aizen explained with a serious expression. "The third young master's body can be called a perfect vessel." He continued describing that limitless potential. Not only can it extract the maximum performance from mana and the body, a towering, radiant tree appeared in the mind, symbolizing extraordinary growth, but you also possess the talent to ascend to an even higher realm. He stepped closer. In short, if the third young master devotes himself wholeheartedly to the way of the sword. His assertion echoed across the blue sky. Then the title of the next Sword Saint will certainly be within reach. Lucian stood stunned amid the strong wind, his red cloak fluttering, eyes fixed on the distant horizon as he pondered that grand future. A feeling indescribable welled up inside him. Me? Could I reach the level of Sword Saint? I knew Lucian's body wasn't ordinary, but this far exceeds my expectations. By chance I learned the ancient sword technique Master Heartsword, and thought I'd found the path to the realm I longed for in my previous life, thinking I'd glimpsed the light leading to that level. The image of a hand gripping a sheer cliff appeared, symbolizing relentless effort. A young man with blonde hair strained to climb to the summit, his gaze resolute toward the sun. I never expected to see an even greater peak, but perhaps things will not be so easy. Lucian looked at Aizen and asked, "Do you mean I am forced to choose between the two?" That being heir and pursuing the path of the sword, Saint cannot go hand in hand. Aizen bowed his head, averting his gaze as if avoiding the topic. "Exactly so, third young master. To put it more accurately, My time is not long. He held up his calloused hand before him. Though the mana flow lets me move at this advanced age, I can no longer deny the body's aging. For me to pass on all my techniques while I'm still alive, even if the third young master devotes himself entirely to the sword way, time is still far too tight. Lucian lowered his head, calculating silently. If I remember correctly, the sword saint will die in 8 years. That's right, time really isn't on our side. He struggled inwardly. I want to accept the sword saint's offer and focus solely on swordsmanship. But a bloody vision of the future appeared. The chaotic world to come is not a place where strength alone can solve everything. The image of the family banner flying high. Those who survive that hellish time will be the ones holding legitimate power. Lucian clenched his fist and made a difficult decision. Although this is the opportunity I've longed for, I'm sorry, I must refuse. Sir Eisen, standing in the wide training yard, Lucian declared clearly, I want to live as a member of House Valdek until the end. He looked at Eisen with sincere eyes. Though you have offered me an incredibly wonderful proposal, I cannot accept it. I am truly sorry. Eisen showed no anger. He smiled kindly. I'm the one who should feel ashamed for putting pressure on the third young master. He muttered self-reproachfully. I must have done something in my youth I don't remember to become so covetous in my old age. He turned away, his silhouette lonely. Perhaps I only wanted to leave my mark on the world through the third young master. Lucian watched the old man's back in silence, then suddenly spoke. Sir Eisen? Eisen startled and turned when he heard the loaded question from Lucian. What if there's another person? The shadow of a sword-wielding figure appeared. He put a finger to his lips, eyes resolute, face confident. If there is another person with a talent, what do you think? The scene shifted to a clear blue sky, tree branches rustling in the wind. The sound of hooves pounded the dusty ground in rapid succession. A young man with blonde hair guided a fine steed, leaping over obstacles with masterful skill. The horse landed safely. From afar a steward came running, out of breath. He ran waving his handkerchief, panting as he called. Young master, the rumors about the third young master are true. The youth reined in his horse, coldly looking down at the steward who could barely breathe. He spun around sharply and snapped. What? So those ridiculous rumors are true. He swept his hair back with contempt. That idiot's being recognized as the new heir? This was the fourth young master of House Valdek, Joshua Valdek. Joshua leapt down from his horse and strode quickly toward the steward. The steward hurriedly reported. The rumor is true. The Grand Duke has placed the third young master on the list of heirs, and it has now been confirmed that he is training in swordsmanship with Sir Eisen. Hearing that, Joshua ground his teeth in anger. Damn it! All these aggravations. Just fighting those two older brothers was tiring enough. He shouted. Why has a new option suddenly appeared for the neutral faction? Unable to contain his fury, Joshua threw the handkerchief forcefully onto the dusty ground. He lunged forward and grabbed the poor steward by the collar, yelling in his face. That guy can't just lie in his room like some useless piece of trash, can he? The steward pleaded in fear. Please calm down, young master. Joshua shoved him away forcefully, shouting, Calm down? Who can stay calm in a situation like this? What if those we've painstakingly rallied start to waver? Just calling Lucian older brother, even though he's my age, makes me want to puke. Joshua put his hand to his mouth and bit down, his eyes darting restlessly. I can't just sit still like this forever. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. There must be some way, right? He turned his back, his voice chillingly calm. Steward, if Lucian has begun training in the sword, he'll need a sparring partner sooner or later, won't he? The steward broke out in a cold sweat at the next order. Prepare 2 truly sharp swords for me. Joshua leaned against his horse and emphasized each word. They must be real killing blades, not wooden practice swords. He curled a malicious smirk. I just want to remind him a little. The smile widened, revealing a dark ambition. So he knows his nature hasn't changed at all. Lucian looked at the sword saint before him and probed. What if there were another gifted person? How would you feel? He continued to press his case, confidence lighting his eyes. It might take some time to find one, but it would surely be worth the effort to inscribe Sword Saint Eisen's name in history for another 100 years. Eisen listened intently. Lucian affirmed decisively. It will be a genius of that caliber, sir. Eisen fell silent and pondered. He looked directly at Lucian, his voice lowering. I feel deeply guilty for seemingly placing a burden on the third young master. He smiled gently and waved his hand away. As long as the young master cares for this old man, That's enough. Don't trouble yourself over it. Thank you for your concern, third young master. Yet Lucian persisted in persuading Sir Isaac. Thoughts ran through his head. Doesn't it still sound fanciful when you say it out loud? Even skilled knights don't catch his eye. No wonder a novice like me is dismissed as presumptuous for volunteering to find a disciple for him. Even so, a smug smile spread across Lucian's face. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. In his mind appeared an image of another past, snow-covered. If this Lucian were the talent the Sword Saint recognized, he recalled that someone atop that peak meant there must still be people gifted in swordsmanship. A young man with purple hair stood alone in a snowy land. Though in the past he had an ordinary body and only learned low-tier common sword techniques. A combat scene played out. The youth and many armored soldiers charged at him. In an instant, he vanished from his position. Before the soldiers understood what had happened, their necks were cut by sweeping blades. Lucian continued thinking. Yet he used pure, innate talent to sweep the battlefield. Truly the perfect embodiment of the sword. The image of the youth slaughtering enemies on the field remained. He stood alone amid a battlefield of corpses. People called that youth the sword demon Felix. Lucian recalled their connection. He was my most powerful retainer and would also be the disciple to inherit everything from you. Back to training, Lucian held a wooden sword and stood before a wooden dummy. Aizen watched, looking at Lucian and saying, "Very well. Before we begin sword lessons, I want to test the third young master's level first. Try cutting this wooden dummy. Start with a vertical cut, then a horizontal cut, then a diagonal. If you pass the circulation training, controlling mana shouldn't be difficult. Finally, show me whether your strike transmits mana into the blade." Lucian thought to himself, is this the first time Lucian has held a sword in this body? Lucian swung the sword. Though he had to adjust his rhythm and force a bit, he'd heard he had learned swordsmanship before. He took an attacking stance, eyes intensely focused. Lucian performed a vertical cut, then a horizontal slash, a diagonal cut, and finally infused mana into the blade. Lucian's eyes glowed golden as he swung his sword at the dummy. The strike severed the dummy's helmet. The slash carried such force that it blew dust and wind around. The dummy toppled. Lucian brimmed with confidence after completing the test. He smiled smugly. He thought, since it's my first time in this body, my movements are still a bit awkward. But compared to a beginner, this level isn't bad at all. Lucian waited for feedback, wondering whether Sir Aizen expected more. Aizen watched Lucian in silence, smiled, and said, "Although I had somewhat predicted the third young master's ability, you have surprised me again. In short, it's utterly terrible." Lucian asked in surprise. "Pardon?" Lucian forced a smile and asked, "See, Aizen, what do you mean?" Aizen replied, "Exactly as I said, young master." He explained, "Although I don't know the exact cause, when you wield the sword you reveal countless bad habits. You ignore fundamentals and just slash instinctively to survive each day, exactly like the sword techniques of mercenaries." Lucian listened with a serious expression. Aizen continued to point out Lucian's mistakes. "You focus solely on speed and strength, throwing off the balance between body and mana. The result is blunt, flawed sword paths that expose openings during movement. Also, for that final strike, how long do you think it took you to channel mana into the blade?" Lucian answered awkwardly, "When I tried to convert mana, it probably took about 1 to 2 seconds. Aizen said sternly, "That casual about you just said." Close up on Lucian's wide eyes, he began sweating. Aizen suddenly leveled his wooden sword at Lucian's throat. He said, "That's enough time for an opponent to take your life. You need to start by understanding the weight of that time." He emphasized, "An enemy will never miss a moment, however brief." Lucian broke out in cold sweat, thinking, I didn't realize until the blade was at my throat. He blamed himself. How foolish of me. The image of Jake before his death flashed in Lucian's mind, almost losing his head without knowing. He hadn't realized he was still so complacent. Lucian regained his composure, stood properly with his hand behind his back, and accepted. "I will engrave your teachings on my heart. I will correct both my habits and my mistaken attitude." Aizen looked at Lucian with a satisfied expression. He said, "Third young master, no matter how good your physique, that's not everything. If you rely only on muscle power, you'll never defeat those who use mana expertly." Then he turned to the training dummy. If the body isn't sturdy enough to bear mana, the power disperses into weaknesses and ultimately leads to annihilation. Lucian also turned to face his sword saint teacher. Aizen continued. To awaken the true power of the sword art, you must fuse those seemingly different sources of power into one. A true strong emerges from that very balance. Aizen began to infuse green mana into his sword with a slight, imperceptible motion of his arm. After the stroke, the wooden dummy seemed unharmed. But then, light enveloped the dummy, and with a boom, fragments flew everywhere. Aizen turned to Lucian and said, "This is the sword way you must walk from now on." Days passed, and the two swords now clashed against each other. Lucian and Aizen were practicing vigorously. He easily parried each of his strikes while reminding him, "Young Master Tam, don't let the flow of mana be interrupted." In complete contrast to Lucian struggling opposite him, Aizen's voice was calm and natural. The more the body is trained, the easier it moves as intended. Mana control must reach that level too. He was even using only one hand. Moreover, when using mana to enhance the body, one must reserve part of the power as a backup force. His gaze never left his movements, distributing force to the right places. Lucian leapt up to slash down, but was easily stopped. He pushed him back while instructing, "When everything blends in a balance, only then can you see the true power of the swordsmanship." Lucian's body flew a good distance before he managed to curb his momentum. His face showed determination in turn. He breathed heavily with exhaustion, but had no intention of stopping. This reaction pleased Aizen. He began channeling mana into the wooden sword in his hand and said, "All right, try applying what you've just learned. We'll start practicing defense." A reminder was added, "But this time I'll raise the difficulty by one level." And in the blink of an eye, Aizen appeared right in front of Lucian. Watch closely the enemy's speed and movement, then counter with the appropriate force path. He raised the sword in his hand high. Lucian's eyes widened, intently observing every motion of his opponent. The core of Aizen's teaching was a harmony that flowed like water. He pondered each lesson while watching the sword strike down toward him, aiming to bridge the current gap and minimize expenditure to maximize impact. However, Lucian gritted his teeth, steeling himself with a reminder. "Don't be overwhelmed. Keep looking straight ahead." The sword in his hand also had mana converged into it as he swung. Their two swords clashed once more. Lucian gritted his teeth and tried to muster force to hold the line. Aizen across from him squinted as the light from both their power sources blazed intensely. He watched his movements carefully, the sword once again raised high. Aizen easily ended the match and declared, "Today's training is enough. Young master, remember well the feeling from today." Along with that came praise for Lucian. With that alone, you could become an excellent swordsman. He only smiled wearily, then collapsed limp and sat down on the ground. Lucian looked up at his teacher and said politely, "Thank you for your instruction. The training grounds have been damaged in many places by their duel." Repair crews were quickly summoned for the job. A few people couldn't believe it and wondered to themselves, what on earth was the young master training like? They were somewhat worried for Lucian's health. "Young master, are you all right?" Inside the main house, Lucian was so exhausted he sat dazed in a corner. He muttered a few complaining words to himself. Today's training went smoothly, didn't it? Then he looked at his trembling hand and thought, "It's unbelievable, such harsh training lasting until the very end." Lucian's expression grew more serious. Was it to cast off the bad habits from his previous life? He looked off into the distance and concluded, "I suppose there's no choice. If it helps me improve, I must accept it." Then he glanced back at his cracked sword. "Thanks to that, I'm starting to grasp things faster." Lucian's thoughts wandered elsewhere, shifting. "The more I look, the more unbelievable it seems." In his mind now was admiration for Aizen. He creates pressured situations matched to my strength, then forces precise reactions with clear instructions. Lucian watched his movements and thought to himself, "It sounds simple, but unless you fully understand the state of my body, you absolutely can't do it. I merely relaxed my body as instructed, yet I felt tangible progress. I used to believe that only the supreme sword technique was the sole path to higher realms. Things like balance, reserve force, and mana flow, I never once considered them seriously." Lucian gently touched the sword. "Though the things that truly matter have always existed within me." He gripped it tightly and thought, "If I had deeply understood this teaching in my past life." Memories from the past stirred. Lucian's final battle with the commander, along with his stance. How far could my sword have reached that man? The commander had declared, "Go to hell," while Jake himself seemed unaffected, merely a bit. The two of them charged at each other, and a pleased smile spread across Jake's face. The memory sequence ended there, and Lucian quietly wondered, how many rounds could we spar? He frowned and muttered, training ends just like that? I'm not satisfied yet. Then other thoughts came. Is there a sparring partner around who's a good match? When he noticed footsteps gliding past him, Lucian was startled. Wait, Joshua's silhouette caught his eye. That person is... A call rang out, making Eisen open his eyes. Master, are you well? Joshua greeted with an eager smile on his lips. Disciple Joshua salutes you. He replied unhurriedly. A pleasure to meet the fourth young master. What breeze blew you here? Then came a refusal. It's currently the third young master's training time. If you have something for this old man, please come back later. However, Joshua quickly shook his head. There's no need for that. Master Eisen followed up with a question. If so, what is your reason for coming? Hearing that, Joshua didn't hesitate to admit. That's right. He spoke with a provocative tone. Now that third brother has stepped out and begun training, as the younger brother who learned earlier, I just want to help train him a bit. An offer followed. Third brother, Lucian, what do you say? Lucian's hand tightened on the sword, the smile on his face losing its humanity. A perfect sparring opponent had delivered himself to our doorstep. Everyone present fell silent, until Eisen's voice rang out. Fourth young master, what are you saying? You intend to help the third young master train? Joshua just scoffed and explained, isn't real combat necessary to apply mana operations in practice? Then came an innocent declaration. I want to be that opponent. He turned his eyes to Lucian and muttered, as you know, master, given our current schedules, we brothers have very little time to interact. If not now, it will be hard to get the chance. Joshua's voice was full of sincerity. That's why I took the liberty of coming here. Please, master. Lucian on this side slowly stood up, silently judging inward. Honestly, the lineage of this family really must yield to their silver tongues. What? Train them and socialize? A contemptuous smile formed on his face. Train and socialize, huh? Not only did he show up uninvited here, but he even brought a real sword before his brother, who hasn't had formal training for even a week. Yes, from that alone, he realized almost immediately. The intent was so obvious it pretended to be innocent. His goal was clearly to crush me to strengthen his own position. Lucian thought as he watched Joshua smile. This is happening under the guise of helping my brother, so there should be no problem. Then he thought, and if the Holy Sword were watching, this real match would carry even more weight. Even some snot-nosed brat dares to bully me like this? You don't intend to give up, do you? Eisen is advising me to abandon the succession fight. Lucian observed his actions. If left alone, he would be put in an awkward position. Then he took a few steps forward. A declaration was made. Master Eisen, please accept my brother's offer. Eisen was taken aback with both hands raised. Third young master. Lucian still smiled brightly now. How admirable the youngest brother's heart was. He also began to play the role of a kind elder brother. Of course, I cannot turn a blind eye to this rotten attitude and the notion that those flattering words can fool others. This cannot be overlooked. But his words were full of mockery. I will personally teach the youngest brother who doesn't yet understand how the world works. He walked slowly toward Joshua. Today is the last time I indulge your sulking. Don't put Master Eisen in a difficult spot any longer. On the other side, Eisen watched and thought. He must have seen the fourth young master's intent and chose to confront it directly. Finally, Eisen made his decision. Blood ties remain an unbreakable bond. If you two insist, I will approve. Then he cautioned the two across from him. However, this real match will be the last, and if I see danger, I will stop it immediately. Both Lucian and Joshua answered in unison. I will remember that. He turned to Joshua, placed his hand on his head, and added, let's make this a truly great real match, little brother. Joshua scowled but could only smile. Sounds good, brother. The arena was quickly prepared. Eisen acted as referee and calmly outlined the rules. This is not a fight to injure one another, but a real match to test what you have learned. He instructed carefully. Third young master must enter the match with a learning mindset, as this is your first real spar. Everyone in the arena nodded as they listened. Fourth young master must take responsibility as the one who picked up the sword earlier. Both must fight so as not to bring shame to the Valdek family name. The hands of the two opponents rested on their sword hilts. If you're ready, draw your swords as the signal. They drew their swords and assumed attack-ready stances. Joshua thought to himself, since when did Lucian Valdek start acting like an older brother? His anger rose higher. always calling me little brother, as if being born a bit earlier gives you the right to boss me around. Then Joshua made up his mind. Fine, let's see if you still dare open your mouth by the end of this match. His eyes rolled white. This isn't about who was born first. It's about who is truly superior. Joshua's expression didn't escape Lucian's notice. What a vicious look. He wouldn't even show that face to a sworn enemy, would he? He tightened his grip on the sword and thought. Anyway, this cold, heavy feeling. Lucian's face shifted with his thoughts. It's been 2 months. He recalled his past as a mercenary. Before, I would have used dirty tricks to win. Then he smiled confidently. Today I'll face this battle as the third young master. Lucian glanced to one side and kept musing. If I accidentally use sword techniques from my past life, the person I'm watching, none other than Aizen, surely wouldn't let it pass unnoticed. Lucian pondered cautiously. However cunning and sly he may be, he's still an inexperienced brat who hasn't seen the world. Finally, he decided, since he's my younger brother now, I'll hold back properly. However, Joshua across from him sneered. He continued to provoke enthusiastically. Now that you're holding a real sword, finally starting to be afraid? Don't worry too much. People say serious accidents happen with real sword sparring, but that's only when skill levels are equal. He even put on a helpful tone and offered, if you're still afraid, I can switch to a wooden sword for you. This time Lucian cut him off. The smile on his face lost its humanity. Yes, that would be best. I'll take back my earlier promise to go easy. That is, if you don't want to get hurt. For a disobedient little brother, a proper beating is the best medicine. Being called that annoyed Joshua. Little brother, he assumed an attack stance. Joshua accelerated toward Lucian, his eyes wide. He muttered a declaration. I'll make you regret those words. In response, Lucian quickly defended. As expected, holding back power while trying to teach him won't be easy. He watched his opponent's movements and thought. Joshua was also taught by the Holy Sword. His fundamentals and motions can't be underestimated. Lucian's brows knit. Besides, I nearly exhausted my mana in the earlier real match with the Holy Sword. Lucian's brows knit. Besides, I nearly exhausted my mana in the earlier real match with the Holy Sword. Lucian lifted his foot slowly, then channeled mana into it. He took a defensive posture, watching Joshua close the gap, applying the Holy Sword's teachings on concentrating force and operating mana, then countering with a reverse attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Joshua, ready to seize any momentary opening. Aizen was completely surprised, and Joshua's attendants were left gaping. Joshua was still stunned as he heard Lucian grit his teeth and parry the strike away. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Otherwise, you'll lose your tongue, understand? The sword in his hand then came down hard. Little brother! The sky was somewhat gloomy now as two iron swords clashed. Joshua struggled to parry Lucian's attacks. His hands trembled while his opponent wore a triumphant smile. Only then did Lucian sneer. Listen, little brother, a true man. At the same time, Joshua awkwardly rose. He wouldn't kneel before anyone easily. He was so furious he ground his teeth, went silent, and successfully pushed Lucian back. Shut your filthy mouth. His counterattack sent Lucian flying backward. Joshua declared angrily, that was only one move. You survived just by luck. He immediately lunged forward. Next time you won't be so lucky. A blade strike infused with mana was unleashed. The more Lucian retreated, the faster Joshua rushed in. He managed to block Joshua's assault. A look of utter glee spread across Joshua's face. Lucian calmly parried the sword. He countered, and Joshua answered blow for blow. His expression grew increasingly fierce. Lucian's face mirrored the same intensity. Their sword strikes were delivered with growing force. Aizen and the steward stood to the side watching, unable to hold back. Joshua's steward hesitated and suggested, Lord Aizen, this duel is getting too violent. Should we stop it now? He wiped his sweat and explained. Fourth young Master Joshua has always seen young Master Lucian as a rival. Because of the age gap, they're constantly compared, which only deepens his resentment. So whenever something involves young Master Lucian, he ignores all reason. He then voiced his worry. If a mistake happens and someone gets hurt. Upon hearing this, Aizen replied, You're worrying too much, steward. A proud smile graced his face. Fourth young master may be hot-headed, but he's not foolish enough to forget his station. Right now, he's merely venting in a crude, childish way. Aizen's voice was firm. If there's anything you should worry about, it's the opposite. This left the steward puzzled. What do you mean? Aizen's expression turned serious almost immediately. He observed the two fighting and thought to himself, indeed, that explanation seems less logical when considering their actual skill gap. In Aizen's mind, he assessed. The third young master was born with exceptional physical gifts but lacks the time and experience to apply them properly. By contrast, the fourth young master has only average talent, but continuously sharpens it through relentless training. Joshua's and Lucian's swords collided once more. That meant that even in a match without special sword techniques, the gap between them was too large to be bridged by luck. Aizen watched Joshua's face and thought, yet the fourth young master lets his emotions govern him, wasting his own advantage. He then looked at Lucian. Meanwhile, the third young master is calmly waiting for an opportunity. Aizen's fingers tapped lightly on his forearm. That he can remain so composed facing a real blade means, first, he has surely overcome his own fear. A remark was made about Lucian, highlighting just how calm he remained. If he's not a fool who doesn't fear death, then he must possess the stubborn will of someone who's faced death countless times. Aizen's expression grew more serious, and for some reason, I sense it's the latter case. Over here, the movements were impacting the arena floor. Joshua and Lucian kept swinging their swords at each other. He loudly demanded, "Where did that arrogant attitude go? You should have listened to me when I was being nice." Then he declared, "If you beg me to sheath my sword, I might agree." Lucian, defending himself, thought, "This brat, does he actually enjoy this?" Then he declared, "If you beg me to sheath my sword, I might agree." Lucian, defending himself, thought, "This brat, does he actually enjoy this?" While fighting, Lucian calculated, "I plan to end this with a single strike. There's no enemy easier to deal with than one who so readily falls for provocation." The only mistake was that Joshua was better than I expected, and I don't have enough mana to take him down with one blow. Right now, I don't even have enough mana to enhance my body. If that's the case, he finally formed a plan. I'll go all out on the next clash. No sooner thought than done. Lucian swung his sword forward with force. Joshua's eyes widened, astonished by the move. Lucian's blade suddenly feels much heavier. Does he really still have this much strength? However, he reassured himself by watching Lucian's weary appearance. No, judging by how he looks, that can't be true. Then he sneered, he's just using his last bit of strength to struggle one final time. With that, Joshua raised his sword and declared, "I'll end this ridiculous match right here." He brought the blade down with force. Lucian on the other side remained motionless, but his eyes had changed, and he said, "Good. That's exactly what I wanted." Joshua struck the ground hard. White dust billowed everywhere, yet he only struck empty ground. Could he dodge my full power attack? Joshua looked bewildered. All right, I can understand that, but if my vision wasn't blurred, he would have. He recalled Lucian's earlier expression. He was smiling then. Definitely. Was this all part of his plan? Now Lucian spoke. "Joshua Valdek, your last strike completely omitted the follow-up, didn't it?" He followed with a question. "You didn't see that my fatigue was merely bait, did you?" Lucian wore a mean expression as he continued. "And that's why you're the younger brother, and why I'm your older brother." The more Joshua heard, the more those words irritated him. He resolved to counter. "Keep your tiresome lectures until you actually beat me." The sword in his hand was swung forward. Unexpectedly, a shadow of something appeared. Lucian's foot blocked his blade, then pinned Joshua's hand to the ground. He struggled to break free, but Lucian had no intention of allowing it. "I'll do it, don't worry." Lucian's smile became increasingly inhuman. "This time, think about what you'll face next." Joshua looked up, trembling, and called out, "Bro." Lucian himself held the sword aloft, preparing to strike down with a gleeful look. "You only call me brother when you're backed into a corner, don't you?" Then there was Joshua's desperate scream. News of the duel between the two brothers spread quickly throughout the family. Voices buzzed loudly in the room. "Have you all heard the latest?" I'm talking about young Master Lucian completely overpowering Master Joshua. Two attendants walked together, chatting. "Stop talking nonsense. Young Master Lucian has clearly only just begun training." "How could that happen?" "I thought so at first too, but the Holy Sword witnessed the whole thing. I swear." Even the female servants laughed and said, "I heard the fourth young master appeared very arrogant, but left utterly defeated. I even heard he ended up crying." Of course, there was a reason the story spread so fast, and a reason it became embellished. They cheered when they saw Hugo. "Hugo, you're just in time. Please tell us every detail of what happened that day." Over elsewhere, Han appeared. Perfect timing. Did the Holy Sword personally praise young Master Lucian's talent? Hugo stroked his chin and feigned surprise. The news spread this fast? This was supposed to be kept absolutely secret. Han continued proudly. When young Master Lucian subdued young Master Joshua. Do you know how shocked I was when he confiscated his brother's sword as spoils? Perhaps few realized that the whole thing had been orchestrated by one person. A humming tune filled the room. Lucian stood leisurely looking out and singing. He licked his lips and muttered in thought. The conditions are perfect to stir up some rumors. He sneered and told himself, "Be grateful I decided to stop there, my little brother." He recalled Joshua's ugly expression at that moment. The sword in Lucian's hand was raised high. His face wore a wicked smile. "So now I'm your superior, am I?" A heart-rending scream was heard immediately after. Joshua's face went pale as he pleaded repeatedly. "I was wrong. Lucian, please." Lucian remained silent and low in response. However, his sword struck the ground instead of Joshua. The force of the blow was so great that his sword snapped in two. Only then did Lucian speak. "Joshua, never think of pulling a stunt like this again, or things will get worse." The smile on his face was threatening. "Learn when to avoid trouble and start acting your age." Along with that came a friendly reminder. "If you understood that, you'd do well to take it to heart." As he said that, he glanced elsewhere, thinking, that should be enough to keep my troublesome younger brothers quiet for a while. Now that things at home are settled. What Lucian was looking at was a piece of paper. He muttered to himself, "Is it time to start dealing with the Logan family?" Then, in another place, Sigmund spoke coldly and demanded, "I suppose this is the confidential report Hugo sent." Lucian on the opposite side bowed his head solemnly and reported, "Yes, father." He pointed out the contents of the paper. In 3 days at Vestra, he has arranged a meeting with representatives of the Logan family. Hearing this, Sigmund asked again, "Vestra region?" His hand tapped the table in rhythm. "Absurd," he added. "Although that place is nearly abandoned, it's right next to Kelheim." Lucian unhurriedly admitted, "Yes, they surely chose it thinking you wouldn't notice." "Father." Sigmund's face grew pensive, indeed a blind spot. He turned to him and questioned, "Then why did you decide to bring this to my attention?" The question surprised Lucian slightly. "I assumed I had given you full control over this situation." He honestly stated his purpose. "I need more power." The words left the man astonished. "Power?" Lucian calmly explained his reasoning. "Just because a predator was lured into a trap doesn't mean you have the means necessary to finish it off." Hearing this, Sigmund felt somewhat satisfied. "And so you turn to me, the one who holds those means." He directly pointed out his son's aim. "Some may call that a logical decision. Yet despite your earlier claims about proving yourself, it seems you're leaning on my influence." He followed with a challenge. "Do you really think people will credit an achievement that isn't yours?" Lucian remained silent and did not answer. Sigmund resumed his lesson. "A hunter only gains renown when he slays prey by his own effort. If you cannot complete it yourself, it's nothing but an empty victory." His hand rose slowly. "I gave you the opportunity and the authority to handle this yourself, yet you chose safety over risk." Then he slammed his hand down on the table. "Is this truly all you can do?" The pressure emanating from Sigmund was considerable. "Give me an answer, Lucian." Only then did Lucian reply softly, "That doesn't matter. If that's what's necessary to end the hunt." He kept an impassive expression, unaffected by Sigmund's pressure. "Then that's the path I will not hesitate to take." He glanced over when he heard that bold statement. Lucian continued to present his thoughts. "If the way you describe is truly the noble's path, then perhaps only those already possessing great power can walk, while innocents live in fear of a monster and call it brave merely because one faces it alone. In the end, that's nothing more than reckless foolishness. Even if successful, that success would be a foolish act born of poor judgment. And ultimately you'll lose everyone's trust." Then he reached a conclusion for his father. "The true meaning of the hunt isn't killing, but what we protect," Lucian added while lightly touching his throat. "As long as you can ensure the threat is completely removed, why should you care if others see your achievements as incomplete?" He offered a somewhat naive remark. "Besides, I don't intend to play the role of a brainless saint." His hand reached for some flowers. Lucian crushed them roughly. Petals flew into the air, punctuating his argument. "It's just that if the person you hand the credit to then proves incapable of facing it themselves, Then it becomes clear who is truly deserving to inherit it. Hearing this, Sigmund remained silent. His demeanor softened a little as he spoke. That answer is sufficient. Sigmund lifted his teacup with one hand and replied, "To have someone challenge me so directly. I wonder how many years it's been since someone did that. I certainly never expected to hear such words from you." That remark visibly excited Lucian. "I gave an excellent answer. Lucian, if one is a man, must have absolute faith in the path he has chosen." Sigmund sipped his tea and continued softly, "If you allow a few words to shake your resolve, you'll never accomplish anything." Hearing this, Lucian asked back, "Was all of this just a test?" Sigmund did not hesitate to admit his intent. "Yes, I wanted to see if you would falter when faced with authority." He then began to explain. "Unless you are lost and still searching for your own truth, then who would follow a leader who cannot even defend his own convictions? Every word carries weight, let alone becoming the head of a house. That person wouldn't even deserve the title of a man." Lucian listened while thinking to himself, "I knew it. He clearly knows this task exceeds my current capabilities, so I wondered why he acted so strict." He sighed and assessed. "Honestly, nothing in this world is simple. At least the discussion seems to have ended amicably." Then Lucian couldn't help but ask, "Father, what about support for this operation?" Sigmund calmly offered a plan. "I will provide you with the means you request." He held the paper as he continued. "Given the current situation, a large force would draw too much attention." Then he looked to Lucian and added that they should probably move in small groups to avoid detection. Hearing this, Lucian merely smiled brightly and accepted the counsel. "You are absolutely right, Father. So if possible, I'd like to request a few elite knights of the house." A week passed, and they arrived at the Vestra territory. One remark was made. "This place is nothing but a wreck." Lucian looked around and continued. "The city's real condition is even worse than rumors. I can hardly sense any sign of life in the surrounding area." Hugo replied, "Although fairly close to Kelheim, this place is utterly depleted of resources. Its role as a transit hub was long taken by other cities. Now this land is just a ghost town, a shelter for drifters and the homeless." They walked and discussed. "That's precisely why I chose to set up our base of operations here." At that moment, Hugo suddenly turned to Lucian and asked, "By the way, you're really not going to tell me? How did you know every detail of the subordinate's plan?" To that, Lucian only smiled faintly. "It even seems you have no idea about this, senior." He then presented his thought. "I'll give you an answer when the time comes. For now, focus all your attention on the prey before us." Lucian folded his arms and calmly asked, "You've set the trap carefully, right?" Hugo nodded in reply. "Of course, young master. Everything is ready. Inside the workshop, we've arranged everything to match the false information we leaked. The room has been prepared meticulously as a perfect facade." The man continued to explain. "About the item you requested, young master, it has also been prepared. The only thing missing is reinforcements to finish them off." But then, a moment later, Hugo froze at Lucian's question. "It wouldn't feel right if we had to rely on my father's reinforcements, would it?" He hurriedly denied it. "Not at all, sir. Given the seriousness of the matter we face this time, I fully understand we cannot afford even a single mistake." Then he looked down at his hands, simply feeling deep disappointment in his own weakness. "If only I had enough strength to handle everything cleanly on my own." Hugo then made a proposal. "I could have helped you shine, young master." Lucian placed a hand on the man's shoulder and replied seriously, "Hugo, it's not that I don't understand how you feel," and then gently reminded him. "But remember that our journey has only just begun. Don't let impatience cloud your reason and cause us to stray from the chosen path." He continued with a teasing tone. "Besides, you're only 30. The road ahead is long," and Hugo's mood lightened because of that. "Young master, actually I'm only 23. He then earnestly explained, 30 is still far off for me. Our age gap isn't that wide." This mind-blowing truth left Lucian open-mouthed. A deadly silence fell between the two of them. Lucian turned away, trying to avoid the subject. "Right. Then since you're still in your early 20s, to his surprise, the more he said, the more it wounded Hugo's young spirit. "Please stop correcting me. It only makes me feel worse about myself." Crows circled endlessly in the sky. Lucian stood rooted, looking around and thinking. In any case, the decisive moment is near, so why are there still no signs of them appearing? Their conversation was cut off by a call. third young master. Hugo reacted almost immediately, his hand on the sword hilt as he drew it quickly. Before he could act, a hand stopped him, followed by a remark delivered all too calmly. The movement made Hugo uneasy. The man's speed exceeded normal limits, and with his weapon gripped so tightly he couldn't move it even an inch. He grimaced, his vigilance rising. This was the first time someone had bested him physically, and now this man had him restrained and rendered useless. However, Lucian spoke up. "Stand down, Hugo," he explained softly. "This person is not our enemy." Yet Lucian's face could not hide his own sense of danger, for murderous intent radiated from the man toward them. "What is your true purpose for coming here?" The identity of a newcomer was revealed: the Blackguard. Hugo stepped back, both to protect Lucian and to keep distance from the man, then asked, "Young master, could the reinforcements you mentioned earlier be the legendary Blackguard?" It should be noted that the Blackguard are entrusted with the Valdec family's most secret and brutal missions. They are a shadow force that answers only to the head of the house. Lucian calmly confirmed, "Yes, Hugo, they're the hunters sent here to help us carry out this mission." A few other members appeared. They were all collectively called the Blackguard. One member spoke, "Greetings, third young master." His expression was extremely serious. "What I did was just a small test to gauge your guard's reactions. The Blackguard harbors no ill intent." Lucian's mind raced. Even in his past life, their existence was kept so secret he once doubted whether they truly existed. He frowned and thought, it seems the terrifying rumors about them are not exaggerated, like ghost stories come to life. He then carefully assessed the surroundings. He couldn't even sense them approaching. Despite extreme vigilance, even when they stood right before him, they could conceal their presence perfectly, so he could not detect them at all. Each one of them was truly a fearsome monster. At last, Lucian broke into a smile. He remembered Sigmund and thought to himself, "This is truly beyond imagination. My father has given me tremendous back." They quickly moved inside a house. The one to begin the briefing was none other than Lucian. "I believe you have all been instructed in every detail of this mission. House Logan has fallen into our trap and is currently on their way here. Exactly as planned," he explained solemnly. "Therefore, you have only one objective to carry out: capture the mastermind behind all of this alive. As for the others, you are authorized to eliminate them completely. Once they dare cross that line, we need show no mercy." Then Lucian began assigning tasks. "I leave all remaining decisions to you to handle." His demeanor was observed and noted by members of the Blackguard. At first we assumed the Duke sent us here merely to spare the third young master from getting his hands dirty. But it seems that was not his only purpose. Even when faced with unexpected situations, he maintained the calm and bearing of a true young master. And right now, he was quietly assessing our abilities to prepare for any contingency. Later, one of them dared speculate. Could this house be entering a new era alongside the young master? Finally, they replied in unison, "We are ready." It was evening when the meeting ended. The carriage rolled slowly along the road. When it stopped, the door was quickly opened. Philip's curses rang out even before he dismounted. What a long and boring trip. A maid brought a letter. "If not for my father's orders, I would never set foot in this damned place." Philip descended from the carriage slowly, his expression full of disgust. "Let's get this over with quickly and go home." Philip's brows knitted as he muttered, "The air here is filthy and makes me nauseous." Philip Logan, second young master of House Logan. The sky turned a fiery red at sunset, and the sound of a door opening echoed with a sharp click. Logan Philip stood before the meeting point with his two guards. Lucian rushed out, speaking with a fawning tone. "Oh, young master, please forgive me. I didn't realize such a noble person was visiting. I've been quite disrespectful." One guard drew his sword, pointing it directly at Lucian and shouting, "Stop right there. If you come any closer, I'll take your head off. State your identity immediately." Lucian bowed deeply in fear and replied, "My apologies, Sir Knight. This humble servant is only here under Master Hugo's orders to act as your guide." Flashing a sly smile, he continued, "A lowly person like me isn't worth your concern, sirs." Logan Philip jerked his chin up and ordered, "Sheath your sword. Speaking to a peasant of this caliber is an insult to me." The guard sheathed his weapon. Lucian hurried to say, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." Logan Philip jerked his chin up and ordered, "Sheath your sword. Speaking to a peasant of this caliber is an insult to me." The guard sheathed his weapon. Lucian hurried to say, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Logan Phillip jerked his chin up and ordered, "Sheathe your sword." Speaking to a peasant of this caliber is an insult to me. The guard sheathed his weapon. Lucian hurried to say, "Thank you for your mercy, my lord." He must be the young master of the Marquis's house. Just as expected, the guards only numbered about 10. They were likely just apprentice knights from the Logan household. His gaze shifted to the burly knight walking beside Logan. That man, sticking close to the kid, was definitely the most formidable one in the group. Aside from those notable points, he even brought along a group of maids. What a pampered brat. Suddenly, Logan Phillip barked irritably. "Are you just going to stand there dazed instead of leading the way?" Lucian quickly replied. This lowly one was just a bit overwhelmed meeting such a noble person at such close range for the first time. Logan said disdainfully, "What a country bumpkin." After speaking, Lucian hurried to the front to lead. He turned his head back to look, his eyes filled with suspicion. "But why does that maid look so familiar? That makes no sense." "Yeah, it's probably nothing, just someone who looks like her." The group stepped inside a dilapidated warehouse. Logan Phillip covered his nose with a handkerchief, grimacing as he complained, "The inside is even more pathetic than I thought. And it reeks so bad I can't even breathe. That peasant Hugo, could he be embezzling the funds our family provided? The exterior is clearly just a front to deceive the public." From the stairs, a voice rang out. "Isn't the content inside what matters most?" Logan Phillip immediately asked, "Who are you?" "That person is Hugo." He flashed a smile and replied, "I am Hugo, the manager here. It is an honor to meet the young master. Handling important items requires extreme caution, hence the slight delay." Logan said condescendingly, "Daring to show yourself before me like this. It seems you have no intention of playing any foolish games." Hugo replied, "Haha, would I really dare to cast aside the protection of the Logan family for a few measly coins? I send reports regularly, yet the young master still came all the way here. It seems you become quite impatient. An item powerful enough to bring Helheim to its knees." A terrifying image appeared, likely Hugo's imagination regarding the item's potential. He laughed loudly and said, "Let me show it to the young master right now." Logan Phillip flinched slightly, while Lucian stood nearby, stifling a laugh. This Hugo guy really had nerves of steel. He uttered those lies so naturally without even a hint of a tremor. Logan Phillip flinched slightly, while Lucian stood nearby, stifling a laugh. This Hugo guy really had nerves of steel. He uttered those lies so naturally without even a hint of a tremor. He turned and ordered Lucian, "Hey, peasant, go receive that item from your master." Lucian obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Lucian walked up to Hugo and said, "Leader, please give me the item you've prepared." Hugo handed Lucian a glowing cylindrical object. The two exchanged a meaningful glance. Lucian gripped the item tightly and shouted, "I have it right here." Lucian raised the item high, preparing to throw it with speed and precision. With that, he swung his arm and hurled the item forcefully toward Logan Phillip's group. The item soared through the air. Lucian continued, "I'm handing it over to you guys." Logan Phillip shouted in a panic, "What the hell are you doing? Are you insane? Do you even know what that thing is before you go throwing?" At that exact moment, a knife flew through the air, aimed directly at the item. The moment it shattered, the item emitted a blinding flash of light. Logan was stunned. The glare caused the knight to shout, "Young master, please step back." The blinding light engulfed the entire interior of the warehouse. Lucian and Hugo, having known beforehand, proactively covered their eyes. The Logan family members, caught off guard, were completely blinded by the light. The light from the warehouse even shone through to the outside. Blood-curdling screams broke out. "Ah! My eyes! My eyes!" Logan screamed in a panic. "I can't see anything. What the hell happened? Guards! Where are the guards?" Logan fell to his knees, clutching his head and cursing, "A bunch of useless trash. When we get back to the family, you'll all face the most brutal punishment." Logan clutched his head and wailed, "Why is no one answering me?" As the light gradually faded, a faint voice called out, "Young master." Logan Phillip quickly responded, "Yes, I'm here. Come protect me, hurry." A tall shadow approached, a gasping voice whispering, "You must run now." The knight's face was covered in blood as he managed to choke out, "That bastard. He betrayed us." Logan Phillip watched in horror as the leader of his guard detail collapsed. Logan looked around and saw a gruesome scene. Bodies were scattered everywhere, and all the subordinates who had come with him were now history. In another corner, a white-haired dark lion was coldly finishing off another soldier. The maids who came along witnessed this carnage and huddled together in terror. A voice rose to explain, "The photonic mana stone. It releases a blinding flash when hit with a certain amount of force. Because it's hard to preserve and expensive, it's rarely used." Lucian and Hugo stood watching Logan. Even so, the Marquis's entire guard detail had been taken out in that briefest of moments. A muscular dark lion swung his blood-stained sword. The dark lion captain reported, "All threats have been eliminated. I will escort the women and the leader back to Kelheim immediately." The corners of Lucian's lips curled slightly. He recalled his father's words. The true weight of the person sitting in this position. Experience it for yourself. Now, I finally understand. Logan backed away in a frenzy. "Don't come any closer." Kneeling on the ground, he shrieked, "I said stay back. Do you have any idea who I am?" He wept bitterly, trying to use his status as a threat. "I am the noble fourth son of the Logan family." The white-haired dark lion looked down at him coldly and said, "Your fate will be decided by Grand Duke Valdek. Come with me quietly." Logan Philip gritted his teeth, trembling. What? Did he say Valdek? No way. He looked toward Lucian and realized. Could it be that the one disguised as a peasant is actually the young master of the Valdek house? Knowing he couldn't escape, he turned and barked at the maids. "If that's the case, we definitely can't let them take us there. What are you doing? Guards outside. Why aren't you coming to protect me? Did those guards outside die too?" Lucian thought to himself. It's over. There are no more threats to worry about. Suddenly, Logan screamed a name. "Felicia." Lucian flinched, his eyes widening in surprise. "What?" A maid stepped forward. Logan ordered, "I grant you permission to take up the sword. Help me settle this." Lucian couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible. She was identical, from her face down to her name. The maid stomped hard on a sword. The sword spun through the air and was instantly caught in her hand. The moment she gripped the blade, her aura completely shifted. Her face turned icy, and a thick, murderous intent radiated from her. The moment she gripped the blade, her aura completely shifted. Her face turned icy, and a thick, murderous intent radiated from her. In a state of total panic, Philip clung to the maid's dress like a lifeline. He called out, "Felicia, get me out of here." Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, he made all sorts of promises. "Just do this, and I'll do anything for you." Philip continued to pour out hollow promises. "I'll make sure you're no longer insulted because of your mother's low bloodline." But all he got in return was a terrifying silence from Felicia. Her face was shrouded in shadow, her emotions unreadable. Seeing Felicia just standing there, Philip roared in anger. "Hey, say something. Isn't protecting me the whole reason you exist?" Finally, Felicia spoke, but her tone was as cold as ice. "Shut your mouth if you want to live." Then she raised her sword into a combat-ready stance. She said coldly, "I've grown quite tired of your stupidity." Standing before Felicia was the white-haired dark lion. He looked at the scene with disdain. "I can't believe it. Hiding behind a woman and failing to maintain even a shred of dignity." Then he turned to Felicia. "I commend your will to fight. However, do not throw your life away for a moment of reckless bravery. This is a mercy granted to you, a child and a woman." He seemed to give the opponent time to decide, but he was met with Felicia's unwavering gaze. Her eyes glowed with a mystical violet light, and the sword in her hand emitted an eerie purple glow. He asked again, "Is that your choice?" "Very well." And he lightly pushed off with his toes. Poof! He vanished. With terrifying speed, the white-haired dark lion charged like a ghost, swinging his sword directly at Felicia. She quickly raised her sword to block. The two blades collided, creating a flash of light and a shockwave. Though the tip of the sword was right in front of her face, Felicia didn't show the slightest flinch. Her purple eyes blazed, radiating a frightening, killing intent. Without giving her opponent a chance to react, Felicia moved with lightning speed. Her gaze locked onto the target, her breath coming out in a soft, incredibly calm puff. With powerful force, Felicia swung her sword in a counterattack, parrying the white-haired man's blade and forcing him to take a step back. Felicia's face remained terrifyingly composed. The battle grew fierce. The two figures lunged at each other, their sword strikes flashing like lightning and creating ear-piercing sounds. Felicia leaped nimbly into the air, delivering a powerful downward slash that forced the white-haired Dark Lion onto the defensive. The white-haired Dark Lion was also surprised by Felicia's skill and speed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had realized something. A treacherous sword strike swung through, and fresh blood sprayed into the air. Felicia spun around in a sweep, her sword still stained with bright red droplets of blood. Lucian thought to himself, her reaction speed is so fast, it's as if she's predicting the future. Her unconventional movements were completely unburdened. He rested his chin on his hand in thought, seemingly having recognized the maid's true identity. Even back then, he possessed an elegance and demeanor that were completely out of place in the mercenary world. The image of a person resting under a tree exuded a refined, quiet beauty. Felix stood out due to his slender frame and delicate features, an androgynous beauty that made it hard to look away. Lucian continued his deduction. Now I understand. The illegitimate child Felicia left the family and disguised herself as a man to live under the name Felix. Back in the battle, the white-haired Dark Lion touched a bleeding scratch on his face, inwardly stunned. If my defense had been even a beat slower, my head would surely be off my shoulders. Fresh red drops of blood dripped onto the wooden floor. I still have much to learn. I underestimated you before seeing your hidden fangs. After speaking, he erupted with a surge of glowing red energy, swirling like a firestorm as it closed in on Felicia. She quickly raised her sword into a defensive stance. Felicia gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her forehead. She thought, this man is a master many levels above me. Someone the current me cannot possibly defeat. I can't even count on luck anymore. Furthermore, she glanced toward the upper floor, thinking, there's also a swordsman of the same caliber up there, and that's not even counting the entity that surpasses them all. There isn't a single chance of survival. Despite knowing the odds were slim, Felicia's eyes still shone with determination. If this was to be her final strike, she didn't want to leave any regrets behind. Those observing the fight from above couldn't help but admire her. Incredible. To maintain such resolve even in this situation. Moreover, she is directly facing Nixon's killing intent. Lucian left his position, leaving the Dark Lion captain slightly surprised. A drop of blood fell into a puddle on the wooden floor. Drip, signaling the continuation of the match. Nixon and Felicia lunged at each other, his speed so great he was nothing but a blurred shadow. Two surges of sword aura collided, one purple and one green. Now, there were only streaks of light twisting around each other. Both of their eyes were strained to the limit, tracking every move in the battle. The two swords clashed, generating sparks of electricity. Then Lucian's voice rang out. Enough. Both of you, stop right now. Both Felicia and Nixon froze, looking toward the source of the voice with surprised eyes. A powerful surge of energy knocked both of them back. Lucian appeared in the middle of the room, his expression cold. Lucian's face was cast in shadow, only his eyes glowing brightly. He spoke. That's enough. Looking at Felicia and Nixon, he declared, I will not tolerate any more bloodshed. Nixon, still aggressive, protested angrily. Third young master, you gave us full authority. If we let her live, her potential will become a massive threat to the Valdek family. Nixon, still aggressive, protested angrily. Third young master, you gave us full authority. If we let her live, her potential will become a massive threat to the Valdek family. I understand your concerns well. However, if we continue like this, someone is bound to lose their life. I'm the third son of the Valdek family, Lucian Valdek. As the one responsible for this mission, I have a proposal for you, Felicia. Felicia's eyes widened, unable to hide her shock at this sudden offer. Lucian reached a hand toward Felicia and continued, we will settle this with a duel between the two of us. If I lose, I will allow you to leave here safe. But if you lose, lower your sword and surrender quietly. The atmosphere was incredibly stifling. Lucian and Felicia stood facing each other. Lucian looked at Felicia with a smile and a friendly gaze. Felicia still didn't understand what was happening. Her eyes rounded as she asked back, a duel with you? Young master, what do you mean? Before Lucian could answer, Philip Logan roared angrily from behind. Felicia, What are you hesitating for? Accept that offer immediately. The only thing you should be thinking about is my safety. Because of these useless fools, don't you feel any pity seeing your brother suffer like this? Felicia's hand tightened around her sword hilt. Philip continued to babble. Prove that you're actually useful, unlike them. Prove you don't share the same blood as that mother of yours. But a cold voice immediately cut him off. Shut your mouth. It was Lucian. He radiated a terrifying killing intent. They're not people that scum like you can just talk about. Don't go insulting the people who sacrificed themselves to protect you or Felicia anymore. It was Lucian. He radiated a terrifying killing intent. They're not people that scum like you can just talk about. Don't go insulting the people who sacrificed themselves to protect you or Felicia anymore. I declare to everyone present, I will take full responsibility for the consequences of what happens next. Even if I lose, I expect everyone to honor my promise. Raymond and Hugo, standing below, were also taken aback by the young boy's aura. Third young master of the Valdec family, Lucian Valdec. I stake my honor and challenge you. Felicia, draw your sword for your own sake. Another silence passed. At this moment, Nixon approached Raymond and whispered, Raymond, are you really just going to stand by and watch this? Nixon looked worried. Even though I wasn't using my full strength since the goal was just to restrain her, she not only blocked my blade but also managed to wound me. Looking at her swordsmanship and mana control, it's clear she's never had formal training. But the moment our swords touched, all of that became irrelevant in the face of her outstanding talent and those sharp eyes. Nixon concluded with certainty. With the third young master's current strength, he'll never be a match for her. The young master's boldness and judgment are truly impressive, but combat prowess is a different story. We need to make a decision. Raymond fell silent for a moment before replying. You're right. I'm thinking the same thing. However, just this once, let's observe the situation. Nixon was surprised. What is that supposed to mean? The moment the third young master borrowed my sword to issue the challenge, he told me exactly what he realized when he crossed blades with her. He spoke of her swordsmanship talent and those sharp eyes, Raymond affirmed. That means the third young master understands his current situation very well. Let's just watch for now and see what kind of picture the third young master is painting. Meanwhile, Felicia was also silently evaluating her opponent. She thought, Lucian Valdec has an aura completely different from any noble I've ever known. Not only did he disguise himself as a servant to scout Logan's forces, he's personally stepping up for a duel that seems entirely unnecessary. I can't grasp his true intentions, but one thing is certain. He is absolutely no match for me, she told herself. However, since you've granted a lowly person like me such an opportunity, I won't forget your kindness. Lucian replied, If I am defeated by you, I will accept the disgrace and leave here quietly. But if I defeat you, on the contrary, you must come with me to Kelheim. Seeing that Felicia was ready, Lucian spoke up. It seems you've made your decision. Seeing that Felicia was ready, Lucian spoke up. It seems you've made your decision. Lucian also took a stance, ready to receive the attack. Felicia thought, I don't want to leave any unnecessary wounds on him. I'll take him down with a single strike. Determination was clear in Felicia's eyes, and then she charged straight at Lucian with powerful momentum. She leaped high and slashed down. Lucian was not to be outdone, having already prepared his stance to counter the move. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Felicia's eyes widened in shock. This made no sense. He blocked her strike? Not only that, Lucian used his strength to shove Felicia back. Felicia flipped through the air and landed safely. She broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes. Neither his breathing nor his reaction speed should have been able to keep up with her movements. So how on earth did he block her sword? The shock was plain on her face. The battle continued, the two sides constantly exchanging moves, sparks flying with every collision. Lucian thought as he fought, I'm certain you won't be able to understand this. Felicia was being completely pushed back, unable to counterattack. She was exhausted from using too much mana during the clash with the Blackguard, and even if she was intentionally holding back some strength as a precaution, the gap between her and me right now was too obvious. Close up on Felicia's face as she struggled to hold on, but I knew her better than she knew herself. Her habits, her weaknesses, and even the trajectory of her blade. In the past, though our meeting was brief, we fought each other fiercely, turning the other's skills into our own. Felicia, my body remembers only you. A section of the sword tip was snapped in half. Outside, Raymond and Nixon were also agape at Lucian's performance. Hugo couldn't hide his surprise either. And then, the inevitable happened. Felicia's sword snapped in two. Philip Logan, watching, was so scared he was trembling all over. Naturally, the time I spent with you could only be called a brief martial exchange. Yet, you were generous enough to teach me the way of the sword. Flashback image of Felicia teaching swordsmanship to Lucian, even knowing that one day we might become enemies. Back to the present. The broken sword tip clattered onto the wooden floor. Lucian had pointed his sword directly at Felicia's neck. The match ended with the third young master's victory. Felicia panted heavily, her eyes still filled with shock. Lucian looked at her, thinking, with this, I'll repay a part of the debt I've owed you since then. Under a starry night sky and clear moonlight, the grand white castle of the Waldeck family stood in silence. On the balcony, Sigmund stood quietly, his eyes gazing pensively into the deep night. He spoke in a steady, deep voice, breaking the silence. Well, that child, Lucian, the person standing behind him was none other than Raymond. Sigmund continued to ask, does that boy possess the necessary capabilities to protect the Waldeck family in the future? Raymond closed his eyes, as if recalling what he had witnessed, then slowly replied, he possesses an unshakable resolve. Raymond closed his eyes, as if recalling what he had witnessed, then slowly replied, he possesses an unshakable resolve. Sigmund explained, the reason I mobilized all of you for this mission is because the matter is truly grave. It is still too early to pass judgment on the air. Raymond immediately realized his slip and apologized. It was a mistake for this servant to speak out of turn. Sigmund turned around. It's fine. If your report wasn't exaggerated, then that is indeed a very impressive evaluation. Sigmund turned around. It's fine. If your report wasn't exaggerated, then that is indeed a very impressive evaluation. A close-up of Sigmund's face showed his calculating gaze. Sigmund stepped forward, placing a hand on Raymond's shoulder, his voice dropping. For your sake, I think I can temporarily indulge that child's whims for a while. He changed the subject, his tone becoming more intimate. I just remembered, it's been a long time since we last had a drink together. I recently found a very fine wine. Would you care to join me for a glass? Sigmund continued his introduction. It's the premium vintage you've always enjoyed, so it should suit your palate perfectly. Raymond smiled. Grand Duke, you will certainly regret those words soon. As they both walked into the room, he added, because a single night won't be nearly enough to hear the full story of this mission. The scene shifted to a beautiful morning, with bright sunlight filtering through lush green leaves and birds chirping throughout the forest. Lucian's group was traveling through the forest on horseback. Lucian's narration played. We headed directly toward Kelheim after completing the mission in Bestra. Lucian rode at the front, his expression calm and his gaze fixed forward. Fragments of memory flashed through his mind right after the battle between him and her ended. Felicia had lost consciousness due to exhaustion from excessive mana circulation. An image appeared of Lucian catching Felicia after she fainted. To help her recover in peace, I moved Felicia and her maids to the nearest town. An image appeared of Philip Logan kneeling on the ground, his face panicked. That brat, the one who displayed the deep-seated arrogance of a noble until the very last moment. Philip's mumble, no, I'll definitely be exiled from the family. My father will never let me off the hook. Philip Logan looked up, his face filled with terror. I forced him to use his own hands to dig the graves for his subordinates. Images of swords planted in the ground under the night sky served as tombstones for those who died during the mission. Under the cold moonlight, Philip Logan knelt before a sword marking a grave, his back trembling. Lucian watched from a distance, his eyes hollow, hoping that the man would understand the weight of a life extinguished. Returning to the present, Lucian closed his eyes, letting the gentle breeze brush through his hair, savoring a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, Philip's roar shattered his moment of tranquility. Hugo, you bastard, I absolutely won't let you die easily. How dare you think you can just keep living after betraying us like that? Lucian opened his eyes slightly, glancing back at Philip Logan, who was being led away with his hands tied. He wouldn't stop screaming, Master Lucian, I demand to be treated as an official prisoner of war. How can you treat a son of the Logan family this poorly? His face was flushed red with anger, his eyes bulging with resentment. Do you really want to make us your enemies? Lucian clicked his tongue and turned away, thinking to himself that the man still hadn't grasped the significance of what happened last night. He coldly threw back a sentence. "Let me give you some advice." Lucian tilted his head, a murderous smirk playing on his lips. "If you want to keep breathing for even one more second, you'd better start watching your mouth." Hearing that, Philip Logan broke into a cold sweat, speechless. Lucian added, "This is a land where even your arrogant father would never dare to set foot. Welcome to Kelheim, the heart of the Valdek family." A high-angle shot showed a city. Before them was Kelheim, a vast, bustling, and magnificent city, a symbol of the Valdek family's power and prosperity. The massive city gates slowly creaked open, with a blinding light radiating from within. Lucian proudly led the group on horseback through the city gates. Upon entering, both Lucian and Hugo were struck with surprise at the sight before them. On both sides of the road, thousands of citizens had gathered in crowds. They threw flowers, waved, and cheered wildly. "Master Lucian, the third young master has returned. He crushed the Logan family's despicable schemes and successfully captured the leader." Radiant smiles were on everyone's lips as they vied to call out his name. "Master Lucian, please look over here." A woman holding a child watched the procession with pride in her eyes. "The Lion Lord has returned, the proud lion of the Valdek family." Hugo, still reeling from the shock, stammered, "Young master, what on earth is going on?" Lucian sighed and explained, "It's true I sent a letter requesting a chance to expose the Logan family's cruelty. However," the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, "it seems my father decided to grant us his absolute support without any hesitation." He turned to Hugo, his gaze firm. "Hold your head high with pride and accept this welcome, because this is the first great achievement you've earned with your own hands." The group continued to move forward amidst a sea of cheering people. The cheers echoed throughout the city. From the highest tower of the castle, Grand Duke Sigmund and Chief Butler Edwin were quietly observing everything. Sigmund let out a soft sigh. "I think I'm starting to get soft in my old age, organizing an entire triumphal parade just because my son asked for it." Edwin smiled and replied respectfully, "But hasn't he achieved something truly outstanding and fully deserve it? I believe this reception is a fitting reward for him." Edwin continued, "Furthermore, Master Lucian's letter wasn't merely an attempt to bolster his own position. It was also a strategic move to demonstrate the Valdek family's iron will to the people in our territory. At the same time, it serves as a sharp, powerful warning to the Imperial family and the Logan family. And you saw that as well, Grand Duke, which is why you allowed this to happen." Sigmund looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Any moves to stir instability against the Empire would soon become a warning bell. An image appeared, a cracked crown, and below it, a family crest that was beginning to wobble. He predicted a turbulent future, where even the sun that seemed to shine eternally and the lion's claws that seemed unbreakable would soon begin to show inevitable cracks. Directing his gaze toward his third son, he continued, "Simply to avoid being swept away by that cruel current, I will need to hone my own strength to be sharper than ever." After a long and tiring day, Lucian finally returned to his familiar, luxurious room. He collapsed onto the soft bed, letting out a sigh of relief. "Ah, I finally feel like I'm alive again. Who would have thought I'd miss this feeling so much just because I've gotten so used to the noble lifestyle?" He closed his eyes, relaxing his muscles. "Since the Grand Duke has specifically set aside time tonight just to hear a private report, I think I'll have a bit of free time until then." But his mind continued to calculate. More importantly, this mission yielded results far better than I had ever anticipated. He counted the successes, rescuing Felicia earlier than expected. An image of Lucian supporting Felicia appeared. The triumphal parade also immediately wiped away any bad impressions that had clung to him for so long. An image of Lucian and Hugo being cheered by the people became a massive source of motivation for Hugo's next steps. A close-up of Hugo's face showed his determination. And most importantly, he was even able to establish a connection with the Dark Lions. The scattered pieces were gradually coming together to create such a perfect and solid springboard. Lucian stood before the throne, a smile on his face. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He remembered his past life, a moment sitting by a fire with his comrades. If they could see the current him, they would definitely be absolutely terrified. Lucian jumped up from the bed and stretched. "All right, I've thought about that enough. Should I start preparing for the next move right now?" A conspiratorial smile appeared on his lips. He needed to maximize every available resource, including Hugo, who was training tirelessly day and night, as well as starting to rack his brain to see what else he could squeeze out of the Grand Duke. Under the brilliant light of the magnificent chandelier, the atmosphere in the room seemed to become much more formal. Lucian and Sigmund were sitting opposite each other at a long dining table. With a calm face, Sigmund offered praise. "You were truly lucky in your first mission. After cross-referencing sources, we've confirmed that the child you captured is indeed a descendant of the Marquis's family. One could say we hold the most undeniable evidence." "Well done." Lightly lifting his fork and taking a bite, he continued. Hearing this, Lucian smiled slightly, his expression a bit smug yet still humble. "You flatter me, father." He continued in a somewhat fawning tone. "Wasn't it all thanks to you lending me the sharp blade known as the Dark Lion's?" Then Lucian changed the subject, his eyes curious as he looked at his father. "However, what will happen to Philip Logan now?" Sigmund slowly took a sip of red wine, his gaze distant. "You don't think the old Marquis will just sit idly by while his own flesh and blood is being treated like this?" He clicked his tongue, his voice dropping. "We'll have to wait and see. He is a poisonous snake. He is the type of man who would put his family's survival on the scale against the lives of his children." An image of a scale appeared, representing family interests versus a biological child. Sigmund's eyes flashed with a cold light. A single child to succeed him is more than enough for him. Hearing those cruel words, Lucian couldn't help but swallow hard. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned heavy, with only the slight ripple of the red wine in the glasses. Breaking the silence, Sigmund spoke to reassure him. "You don't need to worry about what comes next. You've done your part excellently. Now tell me, what reward do you want for this mission? You went to the trouble of sending me a letter, so I don't think you're simply asking for a victory parade." A profile shot of Lucian showed him looking a bit surprised that his father had seen through his intentions. Caught red-handed, Lucian scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. "Haha, father, being asked so bluntly like that makes me a bit flustered. But since you mentioned it, I'll take the liberty of making a request." Flashing a bright smile. "Yes, this should be the top priority. It's for Hugo, who made a huge contribution this time." But before he could finish his sentence, he was hit with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. It was impossible. Sigmund casually cut a piece of meat on his plate, not even looking up at his son. Lucian stammered. "Father, I haven't even finished speaking." Sigmund replied coldly. "Weren't you going to ask me to knight him?" He looked up, his gaze stern. "It's true he contributed to this, but we cannot ignore his past collusion with the Marquis's family. If you hadn't caught him, he would have sided with them to the end." Lucian quickly spoke up to defend his subordinate. "Father, that's purely hypothetical. The undeniable fact is that he fully cooperated with me and achieved great things this time." The knife in Sigmund's hand glinted, reflecting his cold eyes. Lucian enough. The atmosphere in the vast dining room suddenly became terrifyingly suffocating. Sigmund slowly explained, "A knight must build his own honor and accumulate illustrious achievements that no one can deny." He stared into his son's eyes. "Do you truly believe he has proven himself worthy of that yet?" Lucian thought. "I expected this, but it seems to be a flat-out rejection." Sigmund maintained his cold tone. "If he wants gold, I can give him a mountain of it, and, if necessary, I can even arrange a new identity for him. However, he cannot become a knight, because this is not the right time." Knowing he couldn't argue with his father, Lucian sighed. "I'm sorry, Hugo. We'll have to wait for the next opportunity." Then he looked up and replied obediently, "You're right, father. It seems I was a bit too impatient." Seeing that his son understood, Sigmund's voice softened. "Then ask for something else, and don't pick something so outrageous this time." A sly smile spread across Lucian's lips. "Then I'll make a very small request." Lucian's eyes sparkled with an ambitious light. "Please allow Felicia to meet the Sword Saint." This unexpected request left Sigmund stunned. He broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears. What? The scene moved to a magnificent garden with a large fountain, with a grand castle in the background. Two guards stood watch before a large wooden door, their spears crossed. This was the special detention facility. In the cold cell, Felicia sat huddled on the bed, her eyes full of sadness. She thought, this isn't a normal prison, but a special facility for nobles. Not only did they place a lowly maid like me in a place like this, but they even provided food and medical treatment. What on earth is his goal? A close-up of a plate of bread and a pitcher of water on a wooden table. Maybe this is for the better. Felicia sat on the bed, her arms crossed, looking resigned. Her eyes became hollow and empty. At least in these final moments, the painful memories of her brutal abuse came rushing back to haunt her. A blurred image showed Felicia being violently beaten and dragged by her hair by a man. I managed to escape that hellhole too. She slumped her head onto her pillow, tired and desperate. It would be nice if I could hold a sword one more time before I die. If I could be a little more greedy, just a little bit more. The image of the broken sword tip clattering onto the wooden floor appeared in her mind. She recalled the moment she gripped the broken blade, her breath ragged, her face panicked and dripping with sweat as she faced Lucian. The match she was confident she could win easily. The moment she collapsed into Lucian's arms from exhaustion. The third young master she had only just met. Deep down, she yearned and wished she could cross blades with him one more time. But then she mocked herself. Of course, that's just a pipe dream. Suddenly, a clicking sound rang out. The cell door swung open, and a familiar voice spoke. I heard from the treating doctor that although your mana circulation is having issues. Lucian walked into the room and looked at Felicia. Your malnutrition and exhaustion are also quite severe. Has your condition improved at all? He crossed his arms and flashed a kind smile. I'm sure you're healthy enough to swing a sword again, right? Lucian's sudden appearance made Felicia jump as she stammered. Master Lucian. More importantly, what do you mean by me holding a sword again? Lucian walked leisurely around the room, his hands behind his head. So you plan to stay here forever? How surprising. It seems prison life suits you well. Then Lucian casually picked up a piece of bread from the table and took a bite, his tone becoming more serious. But that wasn't my intention when I went through the trouble of bringing you here. I'll be blunt, Felicia. Lucian's gaze bored into Felicia. Do you intend to let your swordsmanship talent wither away here? I have no intention of letting you be just a mediocre female swordsman. I will recommend you to be a disciple of the Sword Saint, Sir Eisen. Felicia's face was etched with total shock. She bit her lip, feeling as though she were being mocked. Are you insulting me? It's already absurd enough for a maid and a woman like me to become a swordsman, let alone becoming a disciple of the Sword Saint. She collapsed to her knees, her voice trembling with self-pity. My status may be lowly, but I'm not a fool who doesn't know her place. Seeing Felicia's reaction, Lucian thought he had been a bit too hasty. Felicia's reaction was only natural. Despite having the blood of a marquis, as an illegitimate daughter and a woman, she couldn't even hold a sword, let alone learn it. Instead, she had to endure the jealousy, envy, and persecution from her own siblings. The result was the emergence of the sword demon Felix, who fled the Logan family. A shot showed the back of Felicia disguised as a man in her identity as a mercenary. Understanding her pain, Lucian's voice softened. I understand why you can't believe me, so take your time to think it over before making a decision. Felicia looked up, confused. What do you mean? Lucian turned and walked toward the door, leaving a sentence behind. It means I'm putting the power of choice in your hands. Stopping at the door, Lucian looked back at Felicia and added, Oh, you might be leaving today, so I'll just say one thing. Never give up the sword. Hearing these words, Felicia's eyes seemed to light up, as if the dark corners of her soul had just been illuminated, because she was most truly herself when she held a sword in her hand. Hearing this, she was stunned, because deep in her heart, this was exactly what she secretly desired. Lucian's words echoed in her mind. I'm most myself when I hold a sword. Even her own flesh and blood had stripped the sword from her hands. Lucian's words echoed in her mind. I'm most myself when I hold a sword. Even her own flesh and blood had stripped the sword from her hands. As if waking up, Felicia suddenly stood up and called after him, Lucian-sama, do I really have the right to do that? With tears in her eyes, she choked out, Can I really just focus on the sword without being bound by anything? Lucian turned back, his gaze firm. If that is what you desire. Lucian and Felicia stood opposite each other in a white space. Lucian solemnly affirmed, I swear it in the name of Lucian Valdec. Lucian's memory of a day in the forest. Jack once asked her, Thinking back, Felix, what's your dream? The others said their dreams were to live comfortably and show off, but I feel you're different. To you, becoming a knight isn't a big deal. A knight captain, or maybe a noble title. A panoramic shot of Felix and Felicia sitting with their backs against a tree. At that time, she only gently stroked her scabbard and replied, A dream? I've never thought deeply about it. But if I could achieve just one thing, I'd want to dedicate myself entirely to the sword without being bound by anything. That alone would be enough. Felicia at that time gave a radiant smile when speaking of her dream. At this moment, Lucian, Felicia, and Hugo were present at the training hall. As they walked in, Lucian's gaze suddenly stopped when he saw someone, because the person in front of him right now was his father. He wondered what brought his father all the way here. Sigmund replied, "I came here to prepare for the meeting with the Sword Saint. Did you really think I'd be absent for such a momentous event?" Then he glanced at the two people following behind. Lucian watched as they immediately bowed to pay their respects to the Grand Duke. Sigmund looked toward Hugo and spoke. "So you are the one I've heard about. I heard you performed quite well in the recent incident. However, what you achieved is still overshadowed by the weight of your past mistakes." Hugo replied with a bit of guilt, "My lord, that was indeed an undeniable error." Sigmund continued, "But despite knowing that, your master still earnestly requested for you to become a knight. My son even accepted giving up his own reward to help." Hearing this story made Lucian a bit embarrassed. Why did father have to bring that up here? Hugo was incredibly surprised. Did the young master sacrifice that much for me? He was truly determined to keep his promise to me. Hearing this story made Lucian a bit embarrassed. Why did father have to bring that up here? Hugo was incredibly surprised. Did the young master sacrifice that much for me? He was truly determined to keep his promise to me. So, continue to dedicate yourself and accumulate more achievements. When that time comes, I myself will be the one to vouch for your honor. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. I look forward to that day coming soon. Hugo replied with determination, I definitely won't let you down, sir. Then he turned to the girl beside him. And you, this is Felicia, isn't it? Felicia bowed and replied, Yes, that's correct, my lord. He empathized with her situation. Since you were born and raised in that place, you must understand better than anyone what Lucian had to gamble for your sake. Even though the battle for succession is far from over, if you cannot prove your true value, the world will mock my son as a pathetic fool blinded by desire. Answer me. Are you confident that you are worthy of what you've received? Felicia bowed her head and stammered her reply. Before she could finish her sentence, Lucian stepped out to stand in front of her. I will answer for her. Of course she is, father. Not only that, her qualities are already more than enough. Maybe everyone doubts me now and calls me a fool. Even Felicia herself might not dare to believe it yet. But all of that will end today, because everyone will soon realize the truth, that she is a diamond in the rough, held back by prejudice against her gender and status. Felicia still stood there, stunned. Lucian turned back to remind her. What are you doing, Felicia? Hurry up and state clearly that you are confident. She thought to herself. This is no longer my imagination. The Grand Duke actually stood waiting for us to see with his own eyes the guard his son chose. He hoped that his son's first training session would have a bit of a tailwind. That's why he is present here. Sensing his son's determination, Sigmund stepped forward and continued. If you are that certain, we will verify it right now. Then he turned to leave. Prepare your spirit to face the Sword Saint. Lucian bowed and replied, Thank you for your permission, father. Lucian bowed and replied, Thank you for your permission, father. Not long after, the Sword Saint arrived at the arena. Seeing everyone present gave him a bit of amusement. Not just the third young master, but even you came here personally? Sigmund replied. After all, this is a momentous event for our family. As a knight, I couldn't suppress my own curiosity either. Don't mind my son's reputation. Just evaluate that girl as strictly as possible. Lucian chimed in from the side. That is also my wish, because only then will our promise from years ago truly have meaning. At this, the Sword Saint recalled the promise Lucian had made years ago. Then he offered his opinion. If you both agree, looking toward Felicia, he made his decision. I will conduct this test with the utmost seriousness. The two then stepped out to the center of the arena amidst an incredibly tense atmosphere. Felicia felt a bit of fear in her heart. He is a true Sword Saint. Just standing before him, I can feel the surrounding atmosphere completely shifting. After regaining her composure, she spoke. It is an honor to meet the saint. I am Felix. Before she could finish her sentence, he turned around. And took out a wooden sword, channeling mana into it. Your name isn't important. Let your sword speak first. And he tapped the sword firmly on the ground as a reminder. Pull up that wooden sword. It won't be too late to say your name after that. Lucian and his father observed from above, thinking to themselves, The challenge begins this very second. He had compressed mana into the tip of the wooden sword and driven it into the ground twice as deep as normal. It would be very difficult for Felicia if she only used pure physical strength. But if she knew how to circulate mana, it wouldn't be a problem. Felicia was still immersed in her own thoughts. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must be extremely careful. She concentrated mana into her palm, just as Philip used to do. Immediately, she successfully gathered mana in her palm and then easily pulled the sword up. Looking at the sword in her hand, she was overjoyed. I did it. I pulled it up without any trouble. Then she happily reported, I've pulled the sword up. What I need do next? The sword saint stood pensively for a few seconds before replying. That's enough. There's nothing more to see. This left Felicia completely stunned. What do you mean, sir? He replied. It seems you still haven't realized why. Felicia stammered. That's true. I simply pulled the sword up as I was told. He stepped forward and grabbed her arm. The reason is all too clear. Your internal state shows that you bypassed mana circulation for fear of pain, and your method of coordinating mana completely ignores your own limits. This is a typical result of the arrogance often seen in those who only rely on their innate talent. Because you carry the blood of the black lion in your female body, you truly do possess talent. However, beyond that, your difficult nature is the real issue. Is that explanation enough for you to understand? So, go back and reflect on the teachings of the master who has guided you for so long. The first thing you need to learn is how to listen properly. Felicia replied sadly, I don't have a master. I've never had the chance to be taught by anyone. And I'm ashamed to admit that I don't understand what you're saying. I don't even know what mana circulation or mana coordination is. I just do what I've seen before. I am truly incompetent. I beg you to please teach me. Her words surprised the sword saint even more. You mean you figured all of that out on your own? Just by watching, without any guidance? That's unthinkable. Didn't you just use mana circulation to pull that sword up? She stammered as she explained. I was just mimicking what my brother does when he fights, because I can feel the weight and speed of the sword change when the blue energy inside him starts to vibrate intensely. The sword saint looked up at Lucian, thinking to himself, what is she babbling about? Innate mana isn't something visible to the naked eye. Even I can't sense it without touching the body directly. Furthermore, how can a human release mana, which is like a sixth sense, through sheer will alone like that? Third young master, who exactly is this girl? Seeing his confusion, Sigmund was amused. Didn't I tell you already that I would bring you someone with incredibly staggering potential? A true masterpiece of swordsmanship talent. She then moved around the sword saint at a dizzying speed. Her silhouette faded into the air. Sword. The sword saint closed his eyes to sense her every movement. As soon as she found an opening, she lunged toward the sword saint's back and unleashed an attack. A massive collision occurred immediately after. The sword saint began to critique her moves. Too much wasted effort. That strike lacks sharpness. And your will is even weaker than that. Is your desperation only worth such a mediocre result? These words made the corners of Felicia's lips tremble. She then launched a series of follow-up attacks at the sword saint. She pushed herself to the absolute limit. Yet, her blade couldn't even graze his clothes, while the sword saint hadn't even needed to shift his footing a single step. So this was the peak of the path of the sword. An abyss so wide she had no way to measure. Her gaze was intensely focused now. During the battle, she began to analyze. However, I absolutely will not accept defeat or give up this easily. She immediately used her sword to carve several slashes into the floor. Right after, a block of stone cut from the ground flew into the air. She lunged forward instantly. She poured mana into her blade. At the point of contact between the sword and the stone, a small spark appeared. Immediately, the stone seemed to gain extra power, hurtling toward the sword saint. He still stood there perfectly calm in the face of the attack. He evaluated an undying fighting spirit, even when facing a towering, insurmountable wall. Breakthrough thinking unchained by old experiences. But even that isn't enough, Felicia. Draw out all of your strength, every bit of the power you've been suppressing deep in your heart for so long. As he spoke, he calmly reached out and stopped the incoming stone. Then, with a gentle flick of his hand, he sliced the stone in half. Along with it was Felicia, lunging in with a straight downward strike. Facing the surge of power rushing toward her, the girl felt a surge of fear. A massive pressure, like a brave lion, appeared before her. making her eyes narrow in terror. Faced with such a giant wall, the girl was still filled with determination as she charged straight ahead. She let out a loud shout of resolve, then pointed her blade and continued to lunge forward. This piqued the Sword Saint's interest, and a slight smile played at the corner of his mouth. Then, a massive collision occurred between the two, creating a blinding light that enveloped the entire arena. Watching from above, Lucian and his father focused intensely on the arena below. As soon as the dust cleared, Sigmund remarked, "Lucian, do you understand what makes a true swordsman I can rely on?" Without waiting for his answer, he explained, "It's someone who has engraved the price of grueling training into their very soul. Basic skills honed through tens of thousands of repetitions until the mind goes numb. Experience built on the battlefield, where a single mistake costs a life. Though it's a brutal journey, that is the root of a master swordsman. I only accept such people by my side. Yet, in this day and age, there are still those who cross a mountain of effort in a single step. Individuals who shine as brightly as the sun, possessing overwhelming natural talent that commands respect from anyone. Like a tsunami sweeping away everything in its path. Exactly like that girl. You've made a very wise decision, Lucian," he replied. "Father, if you hadn't put your trust in her and given her this chance, that light would have certainly been extinguished long ago. This world never lacks geniuses, but they remain buried simply because they haven't had a platform to shine." Back at the battle below, Felicia's sword was now firmly held in the Sword Saint's hand. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Felicia. She now wore an expression of absolute steadfastness and determination. This girl was born to be tied to the sword, regardless of whatever hardships lie ahead. The most important thing is that she actually reached it, surpassing all the limits of conventional rules. A light breeze blew past, making the atmosphere even more tense and silent. He remarked, reaching infinity on the path of the sword. "Tell me your name one more time. Today, you use your own sword to reaffirm your worth. From now on, no one will dare doubt your name again." These compliments left Felicia incredibly flustered. She then planted her wooden sword into the ground and repeated, "I shall state it once more, Lord Sword Saint. My name is Felicia. I am not allowed to carry my mother's surname. And the Marquis Logren's clan, my father's family, also refused to give me their name. Felicia is the only name I own." The Sword Saint also sympathized with her situation. "I see. So that's how it is. You have endured very well. From this moment on, you shall carry the name Brayton. Today, I officially adopt you as my daughter. I will teach you everything, from the essence of swordsmanship to noble etiquette. The journey ahead will be extremely harsh. There won't be a single moment of leisure. Are you mentally prepared to face that?" He continued to remind her, "I am essentially just a conservative old man." Just as he said this, she knelt on one knee to pay her respects. He stepped forward, placed his hand on her shoulder, and continued, "I was too quick to judge you and spoke harsh words of reprimand. There will surely be days when my ego and outdated views clash with your free spirit. And in those moments, will you use your sword to convince me? I will also open my heart to feel your sincerity through this sharp blade. Though the paths we choose may differ, our hearts beat as one for the way of the sword. Therefore, from now on, let's walk this path together, Felicia Brayton." The image of two swords placed side by side, symbolizing a bright future, appeared ahead. Scene changed to a certain basement. Rumors always start from those closest to you. Two strangers exchange a letter. Deliver this directly to the clan elders. The future of the Delito family rests on this, so it must be moved quickly. The other person tucked the letter away and replied, "Sir, what do you mean?" The other replied, "I heard the Sword Saint just took on a disciple. He has always maintained a neutral stance in power struggles, but his disciples might not be the same as the masters. If this child has the Sword Saint's backing, whichever side they choose, it's only a matter of time before the Valdek family situation is overturned." He looked outside and continued, "If the ship named Geordie that we've climbed aboard is no longer strong enough to take the Delito family further, then it's best to jump ship before it sinks completely. Let's switch to the bet that both gains merit and brings in the Sword Saint's disciple. Switch to the target named Lucian Valdek." Scene changed to Sigmund's office. At this time, Butler Edwin entered to report, "Just as you predicted, sir, not only the elders but even the maternal relatives of the young masters are constantly sending letters expressing concern. I have measures to handle it, but they certainly won't sit idly by. Wouldn't it be better if we acted before things got worse? Sigmund remained pensive, looking out the window as if thinking about something. A long while later, he replied, once they want to put their child at the head of the family, they are willing to use any means regardless of the consequences, even if those actions are actually just destroying the children. He turned back and ordered, Butler, summon all the children currently in the territory for a family dinner. If any of them feel unsatisfied, I just need to give them a fair chance, right? A true man must open the doors of his own life with his own hands. And if you carry Valdek blood, you must prove it through action. Let's see who truly possesses the claws of a lion. Another day passed, and that evening arrived at Duke Sigmund's mansion. Lucian was currently being led by a servant to the banquet. When they saw him, the maidservants were a bit surprised by his presence. Then they all bowed and greeted him. Young Master Lucian, he replied cheerfully, you've all worked hard. Don't mind me, just keep working. But they still bowed using formal language. We greet young Master Lucian. Young Master Lucian now carries the air of a grown man. As he walked, he smiled and thought to himself, not just in the detached villa where I stay, but even here in a main house where my father lives. The servants' attitudes have changed so quickly. That proves my status has increased significantly. Before, I thought becoming a direct disciple was already a huge success. But now I'm being treated even better than that. Plus, with Felicia being taken in by the Sword Saint, I can't imagine how powerful she'll become in the future. He stepped toward the massive doors with confidence. All right then, I guess I'd better get to work on my part. Immediately after, the doors opened to a very cozy atmosphere inside. Looking at the faces of his two brothers inside, he evaluated. Look at those faces. Just as expected, everyone looks miserable. Then he walked toward the chair a servant was pulling out for him. He calmly sat down and spoke. It's been a long time since I've seen everyone gathered like this. It's really nice. It's a pity we brothers don't get to meet like this very often. Right, Brother Geordie? Geordie lightly stroked the ring on his hand and replied, Lucian, you seem quite triumphant after everything that's happened lately. Do you think that luck will follow you forever? Nothing has changed, so you'd better keep your mouth shut. Do you think that luck will follow you forever? Nothing has changed, so you'd better keep your mouth shut. As expected, you're the one who cares about me the most, brother. How did you know I've been feeling a bit overly excited lately? I completely understand your heart, Brother Geordie. Even if your words are a bit harsh, I know it's all for my own good. Like that mess at the training ground, you straight up kicked that Hen guy out, showing the true style of a leader. And then there's the money that former butler Jenny embezzled. You not only compensated for it, but also gave her a very generous severance package. Hearing these words made Geordie incredibly angry, clenching his fists until they trembled. Lucian continued to taunt. How could I not understand your kindness, brother? Oh, speaking of which, is Jenny doing okay now? After all, I went pretty easy on her that time. This nearly pushed Geordie to his limit. He gritted his teeth and spat out. Lucian, you dare. Even as things were about to spiral out of control, Jose was extremely worried. If Big Brother keeps letting himself be led around helplessly like that, he'd be better off staying quiet. He's just acting as a stepping stone for Lucian to act superior. I can't just sit here and watch. Thinking that, he stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and shouted, Brother Lucian, you're going too far. Big Brother only wanted to remind you to restrain yourself to avoid making mistakes. Is it really necessary to use that sarcastic tone? Why are you talking to Brother Geordie like that? Apologize to him right now. He thought to himself that he was only trying to make the atmosphere less tense. Contrary to his thoughts, Lucian replied coldly, Tisk, it's really impossible to be nice to you people. This made Jose a bit fearful. Lucian lightly rubbed his chin and reminded him, I should have had a deeper physical conversation with you that day. Look, you still haven't learned your lesson at all. Hey, can't you read the room? Since you're the youngest, I let it slide. Now you're planning to climb over my head? Do you want me to give you a real taste of fear? These words made Jose's entire body stiffen. Brother. Immediately after, the dining room door opened, and Sigmund's voice rang out. It seems you boys have so much excess energy you can't control yourselves. Seeing him enter, all three stood up and bowed. Greetings, father, he replied in a very cold voice. Even at a rare family dinner like this, you still have a mind to raise your voices at each other? Fine, that fiery spirit is necessary, because after all, I'm planning to drag all of you out to the battlefield. These words from him left all three of them completely stunned.